Welcome, my friends. This rich bread. High hallowed saints, silence the demons. Make safe the bridge with prayers to our Lord. Born by his breath, peace, Holy Spirit, rising made safe in his loving care. Now this rich bread, this foretaste of union, high sorrows felt deep in the heart, dart in our centre, groans of man mourning, drawn deep inside, alive wounded heart. Lord's resurrection, master of death, master of sorrows, master of life, all hallowed God, all hallowed God. Amen. House of silence. This cunning thought seeks prime place, this hierarchy of idols, this will to cover love for our Lord. This passion provokes cycling type, searing spears until we come to the seat of the heart, to his crowning height in this lowly place. Intimate home found in the silence, after the culling, a grave solemn peace. Seek and ye shall find, ask and ye shall receive. Knock and the door will be open. My lowly, humble, intimate hearts, these loving waves, divine breath that opens the way. Homeward bound we go, hither come, my son. The Master's waiting with open arms. Safe at last, peace from false gods. This solemn miracle, this gift for unworthy sinners such as us. Thank God. Have mercy on us, Lord. You and this sovereign sacred time are the light of my life. Abandon me not, Master. Grant and increase this divine love. Grant deeper union, this sacred heart. Glory to your long-suffering Lord. Amen. Hymn 25 now, from St. Symeon the New Theologian, the incredible Hesychast. How shall I describe, Master, the vision of your face? How shall I tell the unutterable contemplation of your beauty? How shall the sound of a tongue contain what the world does not contain? How could anyone express your benevolence? For sitting with the light of a lamp shining on me and illuminating the gloom and darkness of the night, I seemed to be occupied with reading in the light, as though I were examining the sayings and considering the syntax. And so, as I began, Master, meditating on these things, suddenly you appeared from above, much greater than the sun, and you shone from the heavens down as far as my heart. But all other things I saw as being in the depths of darkness, but in the middle was a shining pillar. In the middle, splitting the air completely, extending from the heavens all the way to me. The wretched one. Immediately I forgot the light of the lamp. I was not aware that I was in the house. It seemed I was sitting in the air of darkness. Moreover, I was utterly oblivious even to my body. I was saying to you, and now I say from the depths of my heart, have mercy on me, Master. You alone have mercy on me. I, who have never served you at all, Saviour, but I have provoked your anger from my youth. I pursued every wickedness of flesh and soul. I can count for what he's saying there, that's for sure. I'm sure many can who are listening. And committed innumerable sins, disgusting and beyond all human beings, beyond all irrational beasts. Listen to the birds today. I surpassed reptiles and all wild animals. It is necessary that you show mercy to me. I have sinned foolishly beyond all. For you yourself have said that the healthy do not need treatment, Christ, but the sickly do. On which account I am very sick and negligent. Therefore pour much mercy upon me, O Logos. But what exaltation of light! Oh, but the movements of fire! Oh, but the swirling flame in me, the wretch! Light that operates by you and by your glory. I understand and I say that the glory is your spirit, the holy, of the same nature and honor of the Logos. The same race, the same glory, the same essence alone. With the Father and you, Christ, God of all things. Prostrating in worship, I give thanks, because you have deigned me worthy to know somewhat the power of your divinity. I give thanks because when I was sitting in darkness, you were revealed to me. You illuminated me, having deemed me worthy to see the light of your face, which is unendurable to all. I remained seated in the middle of the darkness, I know. While I was in the middle, covered by darkness, you appeared to me as light, illuminating all of me with all your light. And I became light in the night, though I was in the middle of darkness. And the darkness did not entirely overcome the light, nor did the light drive away the visible darkness, but promiscuously unmixed, wholly divided into parts, far from each other in truth, not wholly mixed, but yet in this place they filled all things, as I reckon. Now I am in the light, though in the middle of darkness, thus in darkness, but again living in the middle of light. And behold the middle of light, behold also the middle of the darkness. And I say, who shall grant that I may find light in the middle of darkness, which cannot contain the light it receives? For how shall darkness contain light within it and not flee? But instead, the darkness remains in the middle of light. Oh, awesome wonder, seen doubly with the double eyes of both body and soul. Now listen, I tell you, the awesome things of the double God and the things that happened to me as a double person. He took up my flesh and gave to me his spirit. And even I myself have become God by divine grace. This is theosis. Moreover, I am a son of God by adoption. Oh, what dignity. Oh, the glory. Like a sorrowing person, I consider myself wretched, and I consider my weakness, and I groan. I am utterly unworthy to live, as I well know, but taking courage in his grace and considering that the beauty that he has given me, seeing this I rejoice. So on the one hand, as a human I know on the one hand, as a human I well know, I am utterly unworthy. That I see nothing of the divine, since I am completely separated from invisible things. This is a beautiful looking little wood to walk into, isn't it? With the sun shining on the outside. But by adoption I become God. As a human I have nothing of the sublime and divine, but since now I have been shown mercy by God's kindness, I have Christ, the Lord, the benefactor of all. For this reason again, Master, I prostrate in worship, begging that I may not at all fail in the hopes I have in you, nor fail in my way of life and honour, glory and kingdom. But since now you have deemed me worthy to see my Saviour, so also provide for me to see you after death. Amen. May we all pray for that. I do not say how much, compassionate one, but abundantly, compassionately, by your kindly vision. As ever now you look upon me, and you fill me with your joy and divine sweetness, Master. You, yes, my Maker and Sculptor, protect me with your hand. And may you not abandon me, no, nor bear a grudge. May you not measure my great arrogance, Master, but deign also that I march untiringly on to the end by your light and by the way of your commands, and place my spirit in the light of your hands. O merciful one, release me from my enemies, from darkness, from fire, from eternal punishments. O Logos, yes, you who are abundant in pity, inexpressible in mercy. Deign that my soul be given into your hands as ever, as even now I am in your hand, O Saviour. So let not sin obstruct my path, nor cut me off, nor tear me from your hand. But may the terrible prince and destroyer of souls be put to shame when he sees me in your palm, O Master. And even now he dares to come near me, for he sees me sheltered by your grace. May you not condemn me, Christ. Do not banish me to hell. May you not drive my soul down to the depths of death, because I dare to pronounce your name. I who am filthy, defiled, utterly impure. May the earth not open up and swallow me, the transgressor, O Logos. I am completely unworthy to live or to speak. May fire not descend upon me and suddenly absorb me, as though I had not been granted to say, Lord, have mercy. May you, who are abundant in pity, benevolent by nature, not wish to enter into judgment with me. For certainly, what shall I cry out, since I am sin? And so, having been condemned, what, pray tell, can I say? I, who from my mother's lap have failed you immeasurably, and even now I remain insensitive to your patience. I, who was brought down to the depth of hell 10,000 times and have been pulled up from hell by your divine goodness. I, who have defiled the members of my flesh, my soul, my body, as no one else among the living, a frantic, shameless lover of pleasures, both lecherous and deceitful in my soul's wickedness. I, who have not even one of your commands, O Christ, not one. What is my apology to you? What shall I answer to you? By what nature of soul shall I bear cross-examination? O my God, if you should lay bare my lawlessness and deeds, O immortal King, may you not show them to everyone, because I tremble when I consider the works of my youth. And to speak of them makes me shudder and fills me with shame. For if you should wish to reveal these things to everyone, my shame would be worse than every punishment. For who, seeing my licentiousness and my wretched deeds, who, seeing my impure embraces, my shameful practices, in which I am even now defiled, when I call them to mind, who will not be dumbfounded, seeing fully, who would not shudder, who would not cry out, and immediately turn their eyes and say, Take away, Master, this utterly filthy person. Command that the hands and feet of this wretch be tied up, and that he be quickly thrown in the dark fire, lest he should be seen by us, your genuine servants. Truly, worthily, Master, truly, justly, shall all these people say this loudly. You yourself shall do this, and I, the profligate and perverse, shall be thrown into the fire. But you who have come down to save the profligate and perverse, may you not put me to shame, Christ, in the day of judgment. When you shall place your sheep at your right, and me and the goats on your left. But may the immaculate light, the light of your face, cover my works and the nudity of my soul, and clothe me joyously, so that in frankness, unashamedly, I may be chosen with the sheep on the right. And with them I shall glorify you forever and ever. Amen. Isn't that powerful, my friends? Incredible hymns these are. We've been doing them for about, 2 months now. 8 streams. Where are we? We are in Gosford. I'll turn on the map now. We're on a bush surrounded by buildings of Gosford, which is north of Sydney. We'll just check this and make sure it's all going. This is a fire trail along the forest. We're going for a walk. Readings from Rudolf Steiner. Readings from St. Dionysius the Areopagite. And call-in show if you'd like to participate when we stop in about an hour's time, at maybe 2 hours' time, and at the end of the stream. Near the end of the stream, at about 4 hours in. If you want to participate, go to scottmannion.com/fellowship. Be part of our community. There's a free option if you can't afford it. And so we'll just bring up the map now. Where is it? Sorry. Glad we got that early. And then we'll just check this is all working. As we do, today we're talking about a criterion for spiritual truth. How to know. Well, how to have personal certainty over a long period of time across your spiritual experience. How to know it's true. At the same time, this is a little bit of a phenomenology of spiritual experience. So that should help in guidance of how we come to a certainty. And at the same time, how to ask, seek, and knock. Is it also? Okay, it is working. That's good. This is a bit slow, my phone. So if you've chatted, just give me a moment and I'll see where we are also. Where are we? In the middle of the forest somewhere. Let's just find out. Oh, I see. Oh, no worries. That'll be fine. We'll just keep walking. I'm glad we came this way. This is good. What a beautiful forest. This is true Australian bush. Warped trees, but it is beautiful in the mottled light. Mottled light. And so talking about this spiritual truth criterion, hang on. Forgive me. How do we become certain of the spiritual experience? We went through yesterday, and we have a lecture on how to discern the Holy Spirit. That's a particular practice, but today we're examining the epistemic principle on which that's connected or based. Become certain of the spiritual experience. Okay, working. Everyone, Zach, our great friend from the fellowship, blessings to you, Scott, and all who tune in to the live stream. John Stubble, another great friend of the stream. Darkness cannot hide from the light, illumination. So much humility and surrender by the Son. Praise be Him. Blessings to all the people in here and hearing this powerful and cleansing words. What a beautiful hymn reading. Incredible, wasn't it, Zach? I think I said the number of the hymn there, so if you get the book, you can go through them. But we're going through, I let the Lord lead me which ones to read on these days. So they are for me certainly inspiration. And that's what we're looking for. Hear those kookaburras? King of the bush, they're called here. But isn't it, that's what we're after. Part of this is understanding, but it is also, and must be, part of the Greenwood Fellowship and a movement towards depth Christianity, must be an authentic contact with the Spirit, an inspiration. Not this inspiration we know from, oh, I'm inspired by the poetry. No. An inspiration, as in spirit, as in original spiritual experience, confirmed and known, and poesis or writings in collaboration with Christ and Mary in the Angeloi, meaning divine and human blood. Just like it is with the participatory miraculous, so too is it with sacred art. When you're doing icons, how it really is supposed to be is we all should be initiates. We all should be striving for this original spiritual experience, and to allow then, like those two quick poems before the hymn, you know, I don't claim they're the great world poetry, but they are authentic. They're connected with authentic spiritual experience. And that's the inspiration that's needed, because there are things that go along with writings that the normal person can't intuit. You have to, like it has say AI art has an effect on the person, unbeknownst to them. And so they can't tell the difference. So an initiate and a hesychast can, and can ask the Lord, is this legitimate or not? And he'll say, he'll send intuitions at least. Anyway. And so all the art, whether right wing or left wing, if they're not involved in initiation, they're not involved in hesychism, they are not doing art that we need. It's the dead spirit of the times, even if it gives us it's inspiring me in that low psyche way and vital unconscious way. It's not authentically new inspirations and so part of the preparation of being able to have this authentic and true and original spiritual experience is we have to do the practices ourselves, but we need a spiritual, a taste of it as well. Like just a little inkling that there's something authentic there. A little inkling that there's something authentic there. And so that's why, I'm guided. I tend to find out these things after the fact, meaning I'll be guided to do something and then I sort of start to learn after why. I'm only theorizing now based on being guided to do this kind of reading, not just that of understanding. To have this be a big part of the stream and the works. And so now we're going to be walking down the coast. And so more and more, that relationship with Christ and that love must flow in to works, to grant spiritual impulses, even if they're barely noticed. No art on earth, unless it's sacred art, carries these impulses, right? They carry low psychological force or vital impulses, which are not the same thing. And to the degree that they can even be detected at all. So that's what the world needs. And it's an important part of initiation and part of the preparation, because people lose courage. You can add courage, not as a technique, but granting and allowing divine and human blood to flow into a poetry or poesis from authentic spiritual experience can add and grant what goes alongside that can't be technically created and can't be created out of the low spirit of the times, or even people trying to reach back, people trying to do futurism, people trying to participate in kind of fasci art. Can't do that. It's just reaching to a different pool. That pool is the pool that's talked about in, is it Proverbs? About the woman who tries to draw you aside, and stolen water is sweet. That is this pool of the beautiful without the good and the true. Or a kind of life, a toxic, sickly life, almost like reproductive things, reproductive the things that people have, these magazines that provoke reproductive urges. I don't want to even use the word. It's low impulses like that. It's just as low, really, is the beautiful without the good and true. The beautiful, and this is an important part of determining if spiritual experience is true, is it the good, true, and beautiful at the same time? A moral intuition, a practical intuition, and an intuition of truth all feel the same. Why? Because eventually you begin to understand who is the true, good, and beautiful? The way, truth, and life. It's one. Of course, it can send different phenomena, but intuitions of those three things come from the same God, right? And so moral intuition, practical intuition. Practical intuition is connected with the way. Moral intuition is connected with the life, and an intuition of truth. And these things are at what? Intuition of truth is at the ground of all thought. An intuition of moral life is at the ground of all feeling and imagination. At the essential ground. That's what ground means. The grund. An intuition of practical matters is at the ground of all, or no, not at the ground, comes along with impulses, and for what to do before an action, as an idea for action, will, feeling, and thought. Now, how is this true? Because if you have a sort of revelatory matter, I'll go through the epistemic principle, of course, but I want to just keep on this subject of the good, true, and beautiful. Because at the same time, a revelation has to be all three of these things. If a revelation isn't, it's not beautiful and true unless it grants impetus to moral life. What does that mean? An impetus is an impelling. The beautiful, the life, remember the beautiful is his life, right? It grants impetus towards what? Moral, living morally. So the good is the way. Why is it the way? Because the good is always tied up with an action. It's a way. It's a virtue being that we become, because we are an active being, and we enact in the world. So the good is an abstract category. It's like, it's this thing that we encounter. But yeah, he is. We encounter him as the good. But it's related to the way, because remember, the Master incarnated. It's also a way on earth of how to behave and what to do, in the most perfect way you could behave and be, particular to you as well, because he has a plan for each and every person in playing in this symphony. And so it's not beautiful and true unless it gives impetus to that way. So you need beauty, or you need the life, because the life is more than, beauty is more than we think it is. It's not just objects. This impetus of life, it's the Puritans didn't have that, did they? So they ended up with a dead Farsiism, a dead way, without the impetus. So it wasn't beautiful and true, therefore it's not the Master. That's one. It's not, if it doesn't deepen knowledge, then it's not good or beautiful. It's not the way or the life. Because it would not be true then, right? It wouldn't deepen your knowing. The knowing would become, over time, would become more essential. That's what happens on the way. You get closer to the truth. His truth, it's him, right? And so revelation has to connect with all these things, has to correspond to all these things over time. So it would have to eventually help deepen knowledge. And would, okay, what's another one, or another way of putting this? Deepening knowledge is actually just another way of saying the truth. Because that's what truth is, endlessly deep knowing. Who is he? Here's another one. It's not the way and the truth, or it's not the good and the true, unless it broadens the heart, right? Which is another way of saying broadening the heart, or the heart is broadening love, making you love more, right? Making you more loving, because that is the life. So it's another way of saying, those are three different ways of saying, in a sense, that it's not, if it's not good and it's not true, if it doesn't look beautiful, if it doesn't be beautiful, or if it's not the life. It's not good and true if it's not the life, right? It's not good and true if it doesn't broaden the heart. That's what the life also does. Among other things, these things also do other things. So that's a small part of thinking, because he is the good, true, and beautiful, the way, truth, and life, of what spiritual experience eventually has to align with. But let's go through our epistemic principle. There's a reserve here we want to go to. I guess we'll see if we can cross over. Where's a good place to do it? Maybe a bit down here. Or should we? Looks like there might be lights down there. Oh, we might be able to cross. Just here. Maybe. Forgive me, main roads aren't great, of course. But we'll try go to this median strip and get across. And so, well, it seems like it's endless though. I don't know if we've got a moment to do it, maybe. Maybe. Nah. And so, yay! We made it. Okay. Currawal Reserve, we're on. Go down to the waterside. Now, our epistemic principle. Intrinsic certainty. Oh, sorry, intrinsic value. Does it have a gravity for its own sake? Look at these little bluebirds. Does it carry a gravity for its own sake? Intrinsic value. See? Concord. Well, okay, start with constructive fruitfulness. over time, does it lead to fruits? What are fruits? Well, they're things that align with the criterion of what the saints consider fruitful, which are humility. Do you become more loving over time, more healthy spiritually and physically? Constructive fruitfulness. Are you becoming more harmonious? Remember, you can make harmonious mean anything unless you have the criterion of a certain group of people, and that's what the saints are. So, constructive fruitfulness is a big one. Jesus, when he talks about a bad tree doesn't bear good fruits. Fruit, but people realism, right? Spirituality. It feels like you've healed some lower physical condition or low mental condition, but not ultimately what needs healing, which is materialism and physicalism. Illnesses. You're sick. When you're an atheist, you're sick. You have an illness. It's a condition of disharmony. The harmony is Christ himself. When you're an atheist, you are sick, unbalanced. And so, this is a mangrove. They're very common in Australia. These plants, that's constructive fruitfulness. There's another word called consilience. It means things coming together, like your five senses come together. Touch, smell, sight. When they agree with each other, they give you a higher sense of certainty. They consilience, coming together. This applies, though, to the spiritual senses. The spiritual senses. So that's another principle. The other is concord or cohesion. This comes from idealism. This means, does it agree with the categorical exigencies of categorical thought? Does it agree with logic? Does it make sense? Now we apply this cohesion, this concord, across all of our spiritual experience, interior and exterior spiritual experience, our revelation over time, as well as what's the source? The saints and their revelation, things that are confirmed to be true. So all the experience over time that you encounter they cohere. They logically make sense and align, just like a logical system does, right? They make sense. So, they make sense. Just like, what's an example of this? All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. So what's Aristotle? There you go. All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. So what's Aristotle? Mortal. He's an example of logic. Things make sense, they fit together. They don't contradict each other, right? So that develops over time. So all the revelatory experience that happens to you you're using your discernment. It could be a miracle of birds. It could be a miracle of, but it's confirmed through intuition, confirmed each time through interior and exterior experience. Now, a good symbol of this is the Hermit card in the tarot, actually. He has a cane. This is his internal and external experience. That's also how the realists or the empiricists determine truth. They say, does our knowledge correspond? These are all C's, interestingly, correspond to the object. So we also use both these truth criterions of idealism and empiricism. But we're saying, does the truth correspond to this interior and exterior spiritual experience? Miracles of the things that occur, and interior conscience and the different spiritual senses are this cane. Remember, spiritual touch is felt behind the eyes and such. So you can see how that relates to this cane. You know, you're in the dark and it has the immediacy of touch, also in the heart. So that's the immediate experience part. But we're still using the a priori, sense-making, logics, principles that humans are granted before they have to walk towards the spirit. We're using those also. That's the idealism, cohesion I just mentioned, right? So making it make sense. And can you see how you can have a certainty over these different things if you're following these principles? They begin to make sense, but we're also making sure it coheres with other people of spiritual health, such as the saints. That it coheres with other upstanding people. Helpful also that people that we have direct experience of their health. Upstanding, thoughtful people. Now let me quickly check where we are. Oh yeah, good. Okay, so this time we're just going to walk over the river and go to the sports fields and go around the coast. Perfect. And so over time you'll see your interior and exterior experience align with the rest of the stuff you've been experiencing over the years. So keep a logbook of everything that occurs that's of significance. Now, consilience, we mentioned earlier, the coming together of different spiritual senses, relates to when we can later discern. We experience in the depth of our hesychistic prayer in the morning, our concentration without effort in prayer, we eventually experience spiritual touch and a breath of serene peace, cool breath, very, very subtle, behind the eyes as well, and joy and peace. But also eventually you experience what the Way of the Pilgrim talks about, a touch in the heart. Now these are primary principles. Now we will go into what these things mean, but maybe we should keep outlining a little more what that which is clear, that which is in harmony. Actually, I can't remember that saying. We might as well go into what I was talking about then. Might as well. Here's a field and a hill. And so, let's talk about some of those spiritual senses that need to cohere. We just mentioned a few. The primary, these can be broken down as well into Yod, He, Vau, He, Yahweh. Yod stands for experience of or mysticism, hey, gnosis, vow, miraculous, some call it sacred magic. Creation ex nihilo is sacred miraculous, right? Out of nothing, creation out of nothing is a sphere of reality, a domain of reality. And the final hey of Yod Hey Vav Hey, Yahweh, a name of God, which means he was, he is, he will be, is the final synthesis. We were sort of speaking about that with the epistemic principle there. The final synthesis, the final hey stands for Christian Hermetic philosophy, or depth Christian philosophy, philosophical sense. Mystic sense, Gnostic sense, miraculous sense, Christian depth philosophical sense. Let's go through them. We mentioned spiritual touch. Characterizing mysticism, Yod, is touch, movement, raw movement, just movement. Why? Why? Because it's immediate, it's not at a distance. It's also unseen, it's potentiality. What does potentiality mean? It's not fully unfolded yet, right? God, the eternal emanation, is yet to unfold, but it is ultimate essence. And so when we experience it, it's the potentiality, uncreated. Now, that's mysticism. It's also connected to touch in the heart, though, the pain in the heart. But there's two things happening with the heart, which we'll get into. What is it also? Mysticism, I would say, we'll get into the reliability in the next bit, but is the most reliable in terms of, is this God, especially when it's the heart. But spiritual touch can be from the fallen hierarchies as well. It's possible. But it's the most reliable. The heart, the devil can't touch your heart. Can't have in Way of the Pilgrim, they talk about the heart, the little pain in the heart, the devil can't do that. He also can't send the authentic peace and the breath of serene breath. He can't do that. So if you experience spiritual touch, but usually it'll be with fear or with a slight speediness, right? Or any type of that sort of thing. So, just a warning. Then in that case, it's not Yod, right? It's not authentic. But just in that sense, important to know. But you see how that's important? Because you're using this consilience principle we just mentioned. You're saying, what else is happening? Am I in fear? And is it speedy? Do I feel speedy and weird? Like in terms of when you have too much coffee, that sort of feeling of speediness is like, what's going on here, you know? It's being discerning, making distinction, not just accepting whatever comes to you. You're in the depth of love, experiencing the deepest of the feelings with Christ, right, eventually. But at the same time, you're always being upstanding. You are making sure you're discriminating is the word I'm looking for. You're discriminating what is. You're not logicking, you're not thinking anything, but you're watching, right? You're watching. The Lord wants you to always verify. To be careful, verify. And so, mysticism, potentiality, right, that unfolds later, touch or movement, could also be, eventually is like waves of peace, of touch, but waves, and waves of love down into the heart. Could be, and of course the devil can't do that. The waves of love and peace, no. And glory, always in peace. The serenity is a big check. Now, hey, yod, hey, vowel hey, we're on to the next one, the Gnostic one, the Gnostic sense. These are both of emanation. Mysticism is the top of the mountain, right? The pinnacle, the tip, because, right, potentiality. When it's a bit more unfolded, but still uncreated, it is gnosis. What is the Gnostic sense? What's an experience of the Gnostic sense? What it is actually Sophia, Mary Sophia, living wisdom. Your experience of it may be a general understanding emerges around subjects that you've asked Christ about. And also just coming back to books and having all this understanding revealed to you over time, things just that you didn't know make sense. That's a general gnosis. But it's not like memory where you just recall it like a technique. It's more that the truth has unfolded a little, but is still uncreated and is around you. And living wisdom, it means you can consult and receive from there spiritually. Almost as if it is a faculty, but you're asking each time, right? So you have the truth around you now, but not as a technique to access like normal memory, but over a long period of time, you're granted the gnosis of ultimate truth, which is He. It looks like when you're experiencing the depth of, the closest you get, the more essential is this spiritual touch, mysticism. It unfolds into, there's a Gnostic recapitulation of what you're experiencing with the immediacy of touch or in the heart. And you see it imagistically, less essentially. That's part of gnosis as well. So we must remember when we're doing that it's the touch we continue our concentration on. We include the touch and the movement in our concentration. That's the essential thing. If you start going after the image and the imagination, it leads nowhere because it's not essence, right? It's not close to essence. It's not uncreated. Like you're most close to Him in the touch. You're also away from yourself. Part of your being is away from yourself. It's through what you can see and are. You'll notice that over time. You get used to it. So that's Yod Hey and Gnosis. And also you can experience when you are asking those questions, a directly revealed concept rather than languaged. Rather than the Lord saying something to you, which is less essential, He can reveal a whole knowing being from this gift of black perfection, this living wisdom that He grants to you, this gnosis He grants to you over time. Again, you don't have direct memory access to it, you have to ask. But it's granted to you. But not just instantly, like it's only if it's necessary and relevant, right? It's up to the Lord. I'm not all-knowing. I can't just go, Lord, give me the cure to cancer. Lord, you know what I mean? It's based on what your mission is and where you are in your moral development, where you are in your participation. He wants our participation. It's not to be just handed over to us without any activity at all. So that's the gnosis. That's the only true gnosis. People messing around, and even if they see the Bible, some people see the Bible in Kabbalistic numbers and they're doing divinations in the Bible. This is brute forcing, trying to force God to reveal things through the Bible. Don't do that. Even if your brain automatically does it. How it's supposed to happen is this: mysticism unfolding into gnosis, asking. And the Lord will grant deeper knowings of the Bible, not messing around with divination. Forcing, it's trying to force. Trying to force. That unfolds into the miraculous, a miraculous know-how. What is this magic, this miraculous sense? It's a sense of how to collaborate with divine grace and passive active. It's spiritual, it is, what do you call it? It's spiritual, what's it called? Grace in the breath. How do I be passive and active so His will can operate my breathing? So, you see, we've talked about the grace in the breath many times. That's miraculous know-how. You get to learn how, oh, what do I do here? Where do I put my attention to in the concentration practice? It's miraculous. He helps you learn how to do it. And it's sort of, this miraculous know-how is always passive active. Meaning it's the wings of the angels that I talked about, the wings of the angel. You're granted wings, so He will grant it almost like every time you do the practice, this grace in the breath. So it's a miraculous know-how because it's always a miracle each time. It's always up to Him. But it feels like it might be mistaken to think that it's like a faculty because He allows it such. Meaning He does it every time once your relationship's close to Him. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference between a know-how on its own and a miraculous know-how. A miraculous know-how is doing your part of it, participating on your side, and then the Lord says yes. And because you've developed in a certain area, He'll grant grace in the breath every practice. So it might as well be a faculty, but it's a miraculous know-how. So you know what to do on your side. So this is different from Greek praxis. It's not the same thing. That's technical. This is not technical. It is also active imagination. It's also active imagination, which is like a transparency, which is described, transparency over your vision, spiritual vision, really, is what it should be called. It coincides with all these things, the spiritual vision. So you're able to... What is the imaginal? The imaginal is a mediator. So the images that appear in it are mediations. They're not the essential thing, which would be spiritual movement, spiritual touch, right? They're mediations, so that their shape is a symbol of what they're showing, of what it's showing. Rather than like in physical reality where its shape is showing you, in a sense, its form. Not necessarily with the... It can lead to an understanding of it. But anyway, they are objective. That spiritual vision is objective. It's not some subjective fantasy. The imaginal isn't. And so that's connected with the star of the Magi. A little stone, you might, in the eye. Kind of like a floater, but very like a star. It's a star. But that, in a sense, is another miracle that isn't just spiritual vision. Let's say it's more surface than that. It's surface and spiritual vision at the same time. It's physical too. A creation ex nihilo, let's say, is the star of the Magi that one might notice in the eye, a tiny little star-like dot that isn't merely spiritual vision. That's all I'll say. It's not merely spiritual vision, it's physical, like a floater, let's say. But I don't want to go into any more detail than that. Because, you know, if it comes up in conversations or meetings in the fellowship or something. But that's part of magic, creation ex nihilo, miracle. It's sacred magic. Magic's not a great word, but sacred miraculous is better, is more true. What is also the sacred miraculous? The sacred miraculous is, the liturgy is a true miracle and a creation ex nihilo of the miracles that occur with it. The body and the blood, these things priests do, are sacred miraculous. And so the grace and the breath every time is what is it? What is the sacred miraculous? It's the collaboration of divine and human will. And that's kind of like what we were talking about with sacred art. It's similar. It's a collaboration of divine and human will. The Lord knows you want to contribute some sort of art, and you're asking him if it's good before you send it off. So there's that. And what's next? Christian depth, Christian philosophical. The synthesis of all that into a general understanding and a sight. What does this mean? It doesn't mean the metaphysical sense. The metaphysical sense is deducing from the facts of the world to deducing from the facts of the world to abstract laws from them as just a sort of grey, dead idea. The initiate sense, the Hermetic or the Christian depth philosophical sense, is seeing through the surface facts of existence here. And that could be usually through love, through the heart, and seeing the essence of things. The spiritual beings themselves, not mere laws, not abstractions of deductions from how we see the world operate. No. It's sensing with new faculties, all collaborating together with a concording understanding to reveal the beings, with all those senses I just mentioned, the beings behind appearances. So it's different. It is a knowing though. It's making sure those things align with the a priori law or logic at the same time. Now, what are these things as a symbol? The mystic sense I talked about, the spiritual touch, the cane of the hermit, that's the root of the tree. The gnosis, all right, this gift of black perfection, this divine wisdom around you that can grant you knowledge if you ask for it and pray for it. A truth around you in the unconscious, at a deeper level of the unconscious is where it is. The truth as a whole is granted to you, let's say. It's not normal memory though, but you can ask whether something's true. That's the sap of the tree. What's the magic sense? We went through the spiritual vision, the miraculous know-how, how to participate in grace breathing and the like. How to receive intuitions and discern, we're saying how, aren't we? Know-how, it's a know-how, knowing one's way about, doing your side of it, and the miracle is granted on the other end. Knowing how to ask, seek and knock is what this is all about, right? And receive the answers, but you have to love God to do that. You have to be purified to do that, right? So that's how you ask, seek and knock at the same time. That's what part is that of the tree again? That's the fruit of the tree. The miraculous know-how is a fruit of the tree. And it is also your healing. You'll be made more humble, more dispassionate, more humble, more dispassionate, less noisy, more humble, more dispassionate. Be granted more of Christ's virtues. All right, we'll be back into a nicer environment in a moment. More of Christ's virtues. That's the fruit of the tree. Now, what is the depth Christian philosophical sense? That's the trunk of the tree. They all collaborate together. And they all participate together to give you a certainty of things, a personal certainty. If this is all happening, then you're becoming more healthy, you're becoming more humble, and you're checking in again on yourself. Is it cohering? You'll notice that the things that are revealed to you, again, if you're doing the practice, you've got to be someone that's participating every morning doing an hour. And then eventually leading into, over 6 months, into discerning and doing the other things of Christian life too. Becoming more healthy. Using the saints as a criterion, as a guide to what that is. What does health mean? Well, what does it mean to the saints? What's their condition? What's a condition of upstanding people that we just know are healthy? And that includes spiritual health. And so part of this is not just listening and saying, okay, I've heard what's got said, but you got to say it, you got to learn it yourself, these different things, and then recheck again. Go back and see and make sure that a particular, I don't know, say that you're considering the Lord has said something to you, you've got to check that with intuition and make sure it was him. Everything that's said that you think might be him has to be affirmed by this joy and peace, or in the, most reliable being the heart. A burning heart. It's also called the fire of Emmaus, which is what their hearts burned. That's physically, it's like a pain in the heart, but also, a loving, it's a flame in love too. So, and that doesn't happen every time. It can come with joy and peace and serenity, and that's a confirmation after you've asked a question. Doing concentration without effort in the Jesus prayer first, I might add. But you're checking every time, right? Then you note that down, put it in a database, like that's what I do, and I put EP next to it. Epistemic principle means I'm going to check it again later, 3 times. What do the saints say? Pray 3 times and then act. Apply that to questions or things that the Lord has said to you, particularly if they're important knowledge, if it's related to things you're trying to work out, revelatory things. And so because you've noted that stuff down, you'll remember when things don't add up with things that are said before. It'll come, ooh, this is out of order to what's been said before or with revelation. So you're making sure these things cohere. But then it's concording with the interior and exterior spiritual experience we mentioned, right? The mystic sense, these different spiritual senses are concording. And what are they also? This is why it's a comprehensive vision. It concords also with outer reality. Miracles with birds, the Lord moves them. Consilience. And at the same time, you'll notice spiritual faculties are activated. These things we've been talking about, he'll do things with. And so just like the senses collaborate, we become more certain. We become more certain through that. And so what you're after is this comprehensive vision where eventually you can discern, not just by, eventually over a long period of time, you'll develop what is called a clairaudience. You know how clairvoyance means a spiritual vision, really. It means knowing what's true visually. A clairaudience of the will means hearing. You have a sense of when it's the master's voice. Where's this in the scripture? St. John talks about it with the sheep. The sheep know the voice if you enter in by the door, right? They know the voices of the master. Why? Because they're sheep, they already follow him, right? If you observe all the commandments, you do the practices, you find that over a long period of time, like I don't have this yet, I don't just immediately know, but I do know through the phenomena that he sends with them when I check again, right? Sometimes there is an infused certainty, is something that can also happen. But yeah, you develop a sense for practical, moral, and truth intuition, right? Practical, moral, and truth intuition, which is nothing more than an intuition from the way, truth, and life, from the good, true, and beautiful, at the essence of thought, feeling, and will. So, know what his voice, what goes along with his voice. But this infused certainty. I prefer to use hesychasts, but I do think St. Teresa's an authentic saint, so she did talk about what she called intellectual vision, which isn't a great word, and imaginary vision. Intellectual vision is no sight. It's a mere, infused isn't a great word either, but infused certainty, right? That it is the master. Not seen, which means it transcends, it's trans-subjective, transcends it. It's not extra-subjective. Transcends sight. It's of this yod, this mysticism we've talked about, right? This uncreated, it transcends. And so it's not even mystic touch. Often this infused certainty can come along with mystic touch. Now I have experienced this before. It can come along with, the peace and joy and the heart. If you feel the touch in the heart, you have a certainty that it's him. And there's a reason for that. I'll explain why. What the fire of Emmaus is. Now, this intellectual vision, where you just have a certainty he's here, you could experience that with the silence, hesychism, the deepest hesychism, where it's like a gravity. It's not seen or heard, but it silences imagination and brings it down, and you are at peace. And it's like this deeper level of your being, this exaltation, unseen, silences, and your faculties are brought into this obedient silence. And then no thoughts come. And deep peace. And it's almost behind the imaginations there's a black, but it's this exalting gravity, intrinsic value we mentioned, right? And a certainty. Oh, it's Christ. Or it's God anyway. You just said this is God. That's an experience of it, but it can come along with this fire of Emmaus we mentioned. That is, let's talk about this spiritual, or what she calls imaginary vision. That's with the eyes of the soul, let's say, which means imagination, or this Gnostic, what you see as a Gnostic recapitulation. Visual, it's visual. It's not of the eyes, but it's visual. So it's spiritual vision, or spiritual hearing, you could say too. Extrasensory, so less essential, less reliable, but if it happens in coincidence, in coinciding with these higher faculties, then you're like, okay, it helps. Helps confirm outer miracles too. Now, that's extrasensory, right? It's not transcending on its own. The fire of amaze, though, because it's feeling, imaginations are connected at their ground with feeling and inspiration. The fire of amaze, this heart, is a touch in the heart, right? We said that, and that's characteristic of Yod, of mysticism. Being a burning heart, as the apostles said. Did our hearts not burn when he opened to us the Gospels? Yes. So it's feeling, but it's touch at the same time. It's the small pain that the saint, I would say, of the way of the pilgrim describes. And so that's the fire of amaze. And so if that happens, I think that the Lord said to me once that the heart doesn't lie, can't lie. That's how the heart doesn't lie. But it has to be that. It's not just feeling, but it's both together, and divine love. But just you feel it in the heart physically at the same time. And so that's the most reliable, this fire of amaze. But spiritual touch and peace at the same time and joy are reliable as answers, being of the Master. But the most reliable is that grace in the breath, infused certainty, but that fire of amaze connected with it. Joy and a breath of serenity. And so by knowing that, we go, okay, we're experiencing spiritual experience. We've got spiritual touch happening, and also the breath of coolness behind, and peace. Then, I mean, it's, the Holy Spirit or the Master. You add these things, like if you're really wanting certainty about things, the Master, you're saying, Lord, Lord, help me discern and really want to make sure that this is true, then he'll probably, if you've been doing the practice a long time, he will listen to that and grant you. He's done that with me before and sent it in the heart. And I want to make sure I become uncertain. Then he does, he can do that. And so that's St. Teresa's distinctions added to what we're talking about. The fire of amaze is in between both. It's extrasensory and transcends the senses at the same time, which is why it also involves this. A loving heart is also human, right? It's both at the same time. And so we'll probably find a place here to sit and do our readings. But in essence, that is the epistemic principle. You are conciliants of the spiritual senses, meeting the exigencies of categorical thought. Logic makes sense. It aligns with the logic of revelation. It aligns with all these different experiences that have happened over 2 years, let's say, right? You see an order emerge. If it was random, it would be random and a chaos would emerge. You'd not be becoming more healthy, would you? Because you'd be following intuitions from a random or evil source. But, you can be tricked for a while by an evil source, but eventually it's only allowed to go on for so long, right? So eventually you'll notice it with this constructive fruitfulness part of the principle. You're not becoming, is this making me a little bit unhealthy? What's going on here? Observe it for a while. Is this revelation? Have I got an intuition that something's going to happen in the future? And is that making me unhealthy, or is that making me healthier? And things have been, in discernment, have been said to me about future happenings, and I keep them there. I'm like, well, maybe I could still be wrong with that discernment. I've asked 1,000,000 times about certain discernments because they are in the future. And so you got to be careful. Am I getting more healthy from that? Is it making me, you got to consider all these principles. So you got to be careful and courageous. You got to go back to them, memorize them, so they come up in your mind when you are worrying. But you also need to not be afraid as well. That's easier said than done. I'm always being encouraged by the master to not be afraid, because it's natural to be afraid, because we have to be vigilant at the same time. And so he does that to encourage. He's not saying, don't be vigilant. He just encourages, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Knowing that you do have to deal with this, that you do have to deal with the devil is going to keep trying to deceive you. So, yeah, very important, this spiritual truth criterion. Anything can fail, right? If you just rely on, say if people just relied on, oh, I'll ask Scott to discern for me, let's say, right? Well, that can fail on its own, just like only relying on, even the saints talk about, there's not no caveats following a spiritual father. If they don't align with Scripture, you do have to consider the Scripture. You do have to. So there is an epistemic principle, however subtle it is, with that principle of obedience. So, but you can have a retarded interpretation of Scripture. But that's why you need the whole epistemic principle, right? Because you can have a retarded version of, think about it, if I've got a bad understanding of the Gospels, you can make it make sense. You can make it cohesive. You can create a cohesive system for the Scripture, and it makes internal sense, but ultimately it's not true. Ultimately it's not true. And what saves you then? The other parts of the principle save you. Are you healthy? A communist isn't healthy, is he? His system internally is consistent. Materialism is internally consistent, usually. Certain idealisms are internally consistent logically. But what happens to the person who lives that way? So if you use that constructive fruitfulness, well, an atheist, they're unhealthy. Look at what happened to the new atheists. Their positions might be on one level of knowing, consistent, but they're untrue. And so one way of keeping yourself safe from that is it healthy? And you have to obviously anchor your criterion in the saints, though. Anchor your criterion in the saints. So let's have a look at the chats, my friends. Say hello. There we are. Courage comes from knowing that we are standing on the shoulders of the Son and the Spirit and Yahweh, also apostle as well as all the faithful servants who came before us. Yeah, that's part of the epistemic principle, isn't it? They are part of that. And so that's John Stubble there. And so we're going to be reading from Steiner's book first, and then we'll be reading from St. Dionysius. Here we are. These are just the suburbs of Gosford. We might pick this table over here, actually. And we'll be reading, as we do, from some esotericism. But that should help you. There's a lecture I've got on this. I'm writing a book at the moment, which will, of course, be the most exact version of this. A version of it are in two of Valentin Tomberg's books, Personal Certainty and the Hermit chapter of Meditations on the Tarot. But more clearly outlined in the lecture notes I've got for the Spiritual Truth Criterion. But I've basically gone through it. But you could look at those notes and that would help you. It just outlines those 4 C's: consilience of spiritual senses, cohesion of categorical thought, of logic, cohesiveness between all these things, concord, harmony of all internal and external experience, spiritual experience, and the other spiritual senses, a harmony of those things. Here we are. Oh, that's annoying. I thought the table would be on the other side. Maybe we can walk a bit further and see what's further down. Might be a seat on both sides. Let's just see what we've got here. There might be another table further on. See where we are. Is this still working? Oh yeah, still working, good. I think there'll be another, if we keep going down, there'll be a better place to stop, I think. Some people are, an Aaron, very developed in the practice, is starting to participate in this sacred art from his original spiritual experience. It could be something others might consider, and it doesn't have to be good. The Lord wants authentic sacred art. I remember on Twitter, there was this Russian woman who had drawn these icons of Christ, and the drawings were very rudimentary. But they weren't 3D, and the spiritual vision isn't 3D either, right? So it's more authentic to not be drawing these 3D, picturesque, surface sense drawings. But they were very rudimentary, but they were authentic. And I just thought that in the AI age, the Lord wants authentic things, not what the world says is good art. Not what even the history says from the Renaissance, right? Those people were corrupted anyway. Going back to Greek art is taking your impulses from a lower psychological force or vital unconscious. Psychological unconscious, vital unconscious, which is pagan. There is more essential places that we must be inspired from. And so this rudimentary drawing carried to someone who is very involved in the worship life. I don't want to characterize myself, but I came from the arts. I was very competent in the worldly sense of filmmaking, awarded by the nation, awarded by a national organization in my craft, sold to Sony, sold to a national television network, right? Did that. Who cares? What you come to realize is if God thinks something good, you're serving him. I'm not saying this poetry I'm writing is particularly good. It is authentic. And so it carries spiritual impulse. That this other crap and slop, AI slop, doesn't carry. But it doesn't mean it will be more effective, because the people that watch AI slop and use slop, they carry low impulses, right? It's not healthy for them. It won't give them this spiritual addition, but they don't even know what that feels like anyway. So it's not about, the cream doesn't rise to the top in this age. God will reveal it or give it to people who will benefit from it. It's not about popularity or numbers, right? We have to get over this numbers if we're going to be more essential, because it is a false god. That's what has been drawing attention in the news for hundreds of years now. False gods, inessential. And so now, though, I do think people do realise slop making them unhealthy. And so they are looking for health, but it's very difficult to find because the slop's everywhere. The signal-noise ratio, they can't tell what signal is. They don't have a criterion for it. They haven't developed the sense for it. But nevertheless, it will, if they participate in it, will make them more healthy. But they will have to wean themselves off the shock value, the reproductive impulse. Go on Amazon and see all the red lipstick and this stuff and the low cut outfits. It's all just low. It's trying to grab low impulse. It's gross. It's despicable. I became used to it. I thought it was normal for most of my life. It's just disgusting low impulse. And so you're cutting through that. But what I've come to see, though, is that authentic. I think there is a degree of people that are searching for the more raw, But it's questionable whether they can sense it immediately, though, the spirit that goes along with authentic spiritual experience, right? But nevertheless, that stuff, when God leads people to it, truly helps heal and prepares people to face initiation. So we have to do it. We have to do it. We have to do it. But what do we do in this process? We don't look necessarily, I suppose you should work on your craft. There are certain craft elements, a little bit, that you should know. For instance, I was guided to not dawdle with read the poetry straight away when you start the stream, right? That's a craft thing. That's what I was guided to do. I know how to do a snappy ad. I know how to do a thumbnail and phrase a video to sort of trick you and impel you into something in a sort of fraudulent way. But also to hook, bait, bite, hook, reel, right? To reel you in. That's the ad, the mode of making advertising and making films, is you are seducing the audience by understanding where the art is, right? But there's a degree where you need to not do that and just speak the truth that the Lord leads you to do. And that's what this new art needs to be, in sacred art. And I think more people will crave as well, as authentic. The AI advantages this, I think. It disadvantages in that the cream doesn't really rise to the top because it's just so much crap. And people are so attuned to the wrong thing and not what will heal them. But at the same time, it needs to be there, so the Lord wants us to do it. And no one is doing it because they're not initiating. They're not doing the hesychistic practices. And so they have to. The new art isn't going to be any of these people you see in the right-wing art scene, unless they're painting icons. You don't have to do icons, but you do have to be a hesychast. You have to do hesychistic prayer, or else you're not going to be receiving impulses from outside time. They may not believe that, but where they're taking their art from, honestly, when you look at the art, you go, you're calling back to a previous era, or you're just on the spirit of the times, false progress. There is a true progress, an unfolding and unflowering from the eschaton. The icons aren't going to necessarily look exactly like they did before. The Lord will guide divine and human blood, but unless you participate in initiation and purify yourself, you can't make art that's not just a low attractiveness of beauty on its own, but it is the way, truth, and life at the same time. The beautiful is the good that makes itself loved. And you have to be close to Christ to be all three of those things, to be the good that makes it, to make the good that, make things. The beauty is to color as the good is to warmth. Warmth is an intimate closeness, isn't it? Color is at a distance, attracts you at a distance. Beauty is to color as, or the beautiful is to color as the good is to warmth. The life is to color as the way is to warmth. These artists aren't on the way, truth. They're not intimately connected with the way, truth, and life, or Him as a fact of experience. You have to initiate, and then this art will actually participate in preparation and healing. Grant people preparation and healing towards initiation. And the God will want them as part of their own healing to participate in this art, but not using the spirit of the times or the history of Western art as a criterion for what's good. God will tell you if it's good. That's why initiation has to be a part of it. It might even just be for you and Him. It might even just be you singing to the Lord in whatever tune is, the Angeloi Send. Unheard music that unfolds into music. Might even begin emotively, the Angeloi Send in the heart. And that sometimes at the start it might take possession of music you already know that expresses that feeling, but eventually it becomes more individualized. Sing songs to the Lord. You might feel at the start, oh, this seems like, is this a lame song? No. It's true, and it's true spiritual experience. Sing in your head. You don't need to say it out loud. Sing in your head to the Lord, your love, if your heart has come alive at the sunset. Right? Sing to the Lord. Tunes will come to you but they come out of divine emotiveness. At the ground of feeling and imagination is divine feeling, is the beautiful. But the beautiful is an abstract category invented by a philosopher. It's the life. The way, truth, and life is a being who is God. Sing to the Lord, my friends. Do the practice so this unlocks for you. So it's not just singing, so he'll react to these things because he loves you. But you're not looking to Herod and his people for what's good. Don't let the world tell you what's good. I suppose you can, in the sacred art, you are in contact with the true, good and beautiful. He'll tell you whether it's good or not. And he'll lead you on the path to improving as well. You don't know what its purpose is necessarily. He does. Aniran mentioned it's like when you're a father looking at a child's art, but also it's better than that because it's divine and human blood, so it's gonna have something that goes along with it that someone is gonna be touched by. So it's not just a father looking at silly art, which he thinks isn't as good as the art he sees on TV. But there is a principle of, look, the loving father loves the art, but no, it's better than that. It's, if you're at a point of initiation where you can discern, you can see whether it's for other people or not. He becomes the measure of these things. Yeah, learn some craft, but all I'm saying is these were my impulses. Is this poetry good? It doesn't matter. He wants you to share it. Doesn't matter. I just write blank verse. I don't write blank verse. I don't bother the rest. The true spiritual experience. Here we are. Look at that. It's like a little snake under the ground. You can see moving. There are fish rippling on the water. Low tide. It's a bit gross, but it's all right. The reflections are beautiful. And that's what we need. But all these artists, they're trying to make money out of it, aren't they? No, you do it for the master. It starts with just you and the master, and that will be the new art that participates in healing the West. Not, I used to think it was about being hyper competent and as competent as the left-wingers who are in power in the art scene and better. I mean, perhaps competence is a small part of it, but it's about divine union. It's about some sort of union with Christ and participating in making sacred art. That's what we need. And what is sacred art? It is a degree to, it's like sacred miraculous. It's a creation ex nihilo in a sense. Your will and divine will in union. Noble blood, that's what prophets did. Their writings are beautiful, aren't they? They don't necessarily rhyme like these lame modern poets. Think about the prophets. They are incredibly beautiful. And they continue to be. Nothing, it's divine and human blood. And that's the only thing that we should be focused on. All the other arts are a waste of time. It's entertainment, trivial, lame, all of it. Sorry to say, unless you're participating in hesychism, it's trivial. Entertainment. It can have beauty, but it's still not doing anything. It's not serving anything. It's not serving the divinity. So it's, at the end of time, unless it's done in love, it will die and will be forgotten. Only the things that serve that serve the good, true and beautiful, that serve the way, truth and life, will be resurrected and live forever in love. Only things that have love, authentic divine love, are, and that's what art needs to be, full of divine love. And then that art is magic. It's miraculous itself and impels people towards He who is He who is. Where are we? Maybe we should have stopped at that table. Sure, we'll find a table here somewhere. Let me check the old chats. But that's what we need. John Stubble says, beauty comes from the Lord. What's rejecting the human? God can use it for His glory and His beauty. Praise God, the reflections are stunning and scintillating. Praise Him, so glorious. Thank you, Scott. My pleasure, man. God bless you. Yes, things can lead you away. False beauty can lead you away. It still is attractive, let's say. But without the good and true, it doesn't do anything. It leads to degeneracy, really. It leads to death, toxicity. Stolen water is sweet. Oh, it's sweet. So's, sorry about the word, so's the pornographic, right? So, yeah, okay, you can find some human nobility in Greek art, fine. But ultimately, it's of the surface senses, it's an idol. And I'm not being a Puritan. I'm saying it must carry maximum beauty. I'm saying orthodox, I'm saying icons, I'm saying sacred poetry, I'm saying prophets, the beauty of the prophets, divine and human blood, the poetry of it, that lead people to Him. I'm talking about the hymns we've been reading. These are full of power, full of life. We're talking about the height of life, but also the height of divinity, in interacting and being with divinity. Now we could choose that one, but there's no view there. But if I just keep going and I don't sit down somewhere, I don't know. Where are we? Let me look. There'll probably be something down here, actually. Let's keep going across the train line. 2 o'clock. Don't really want to stop there. Okay. Onward we go. It's got to come from somewhere. It's got to come from a warmth, not just be colour, that attracts to something inessential. Stolen water is sweet. A sweetness that goes where? To hell. To the whore. The whore of Babylon is the sweet, toxic joy that is every art you interact with. It's toxic. Where does it lead? If it's not sacred art, it's not leading to your health. And what is that health? It's not just you being physically healthy. It's you ascending. It's you becoming like God. It's theosis. Sacred art helps prepare you for theosis, inspires you to get started on your practice, and comforts and grants clean joy of a qualitative height orders of magnitude higher than this low joy that all art is filled with. Low joy, distraction, entertainment, desire for, from people who worship false gods and send people to the same hell with them eventually. Yeah, you see a lot of these. I'm not just talking about left-wing artists, I'm talking about the right-wing ones too. Unless you're participating in hesychism, you're just taking people to, really you're looking for them to pay you most of the time. They're driven by that. Maybe they have a side drive of saving the West or something like that. And you know, I've got a lot of love for these people. I'm not mentioning any names, but what will save them is hesychism. Divine and human blood is the true art. A mixed. You can do things that are noble in a humanistic sense, but it's not enough. You'll never have the new. There is no new art. Your art isn't new, it's a recombination like AI. There is no new art without hesychism, without Christ. There's no new. The progress is just the same spirit of the times, but you happen to be right wing. Or I'm talking on right or left wing. If I've spoken to them or not, unless there's hesychism, it's not new. Even if they think it is, they're just participating in the spirit of the times. Where's this go? What is this? Does it go underground? Oh yeah, it might go underground. I think it goes under the train line. Good. Has to be divine and human blood, then it is a providential progress, actually. And that's why I've said this a few times on a few different streams, that the artist must become a sacred artist and participates in the miraculous. It's a know-how that enters his work. What do we say about the third spiritual sense? Our united out of nothing in collaboration with Christ. Out of nothing, impulses from the eschaton through you, using you participating with what you know, and yeah, some craft. There are things to learn from art, sure, but what matters? What's this? These Navy people. I just saw some Navy people. Australian Navy cadets. Oh, they're cadets. Never mind. Never mind. They're just cadets. Yeah, look, it's a cadet centre, it seems. There's a bomb there, mine, and an anti-aircraft gun. The cadets. Torpedoes. Here we go. There's people sitting in the other chairs. Come on. Gosh, why aren't they sitting on the table? They're having a picnic next to it. God, why did you pick there? Why didn't you pick somewhere else if you're not going to use the damn table? It's crazy. Anyway, maybe there's another one. All good. That ain't bad. We were over there originally, somewhere over there. I may just pray the Jesus prayer for a while because I'm starting to get tired and I want to find a place. As I get a bit sore, it's harder to talk. But we've got a good view, so I'll keep showing you guys that. Oh, that's it, the right angle. Yeah. A little bit further. I'll try a little bit further down. think this is called Brisbane Water. You might have it on map. Let's see what we got. Back to that chair to read our book. Let's put you guys on my shoulder for a bit. Maybe here, might sit there, if there's no tables down here. Yeah, I think that might be it, friends. So what we're going to do is we're going to go just here. I'm going to get back to that chair. Sorry. Or maybe just here. Let's go here. All right. Okay. There we are. That's pretty good. Put you guys down here. How's that? It's pretty good, I think. And I'll just sit like this here and do that. All right. We're reading from Steiner's The Life, Nature and Cultivation of Anthroposophy. It's called the Formulation of Christ Wisdom Truths, or Anthroposophical Truths. That's what anthroposophy actually means. Anthropos being Christ, Sophie being Mary, Sophia. So let's begin. The park will be greatly enriched by engineers and doctors very soon. You either have a Christian country or you do not. This park will be greatly enriched by engineers and doctors, says DeWitt Martins. Well, if you mean like those that follow the spirit of the times, that kind of doctor, you know, materialistic kind. You know, ultimately healing involves really it should be a collaboration of initiates or a collaboration of hesychasts, priests, and Christ-guided choice of, you hear what a doctor has to say, and Christ will lead you to take a particular medication, right? If something exists that can heal physically, then you'd be led to do that. You should use medicine if it works. But you should be also praying to Christ at the same time. The physician there's healings that need to be done from the other perspective when it comes to health. We're truly diseased, especially in this country. Where in this country. It's true. It's true. And so I'll jump straight into that reading, but just let me grab some caffeine because we'll be going for a while. And you can go to scottmannion.com/fellowship and join. There's a free option, and I'll put the mic up to the computer and you can have your voice heard on the stream. At the end of this reading, I'll be in the Discord, so you can log into there. There's a section in there to log into it if you want to have your say. I'll log into that now. Otherwise, there's another segment where you can participate at the end. So I'm in there now. Join voice. There you go. There's me in there. You can join, and I'll get the computer out. Pardon me. Sorry, I'm dawdling. I try not to, but I just need to have a drink. Hope the view's good. You got a bit of water there. Show you a bit of a clearer view of what's going on in the lake. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Okay. The formation of Christ wisdom truth. Christ wisdoms, I suppose you could say. I've written the above thoughts for members in the hope that they will be discussed among anthroposophists everywhere. I think it would be good if the active members of the society were to take these thoughts as a starting point so that they can go on from here to help all the members to have a common consciousness of the nature and being of the Anthroposophical Society. It is certainly right that the main focus of our group meeting should be on discussing anthroposophy and its application to life. Not Christ's wisdom, really, and its application to life. But surely, in many of the meetings, a little time, however short, could be spent on discussing the kind of thing I have suggested. If this is done, many a member will be stimulated to become a true representative of their Anthroposophical Society, even in the non-anthroposophical outer world. As you can see, he's leaning towards what I was talking about today, art and inspiration. It will not do to imagine that the essence and the task of the Anthroposophical Society can be conveyed in a few paragraphs or statutes. Through the fact that the anthroposophy sends its impulses deep into our thinking, feeling and will, it is itself strongly influenced by each person's inner life. Certainly, its main substance can be described in general statements, as is done in so many spheres of intellectual and spiritual life. But necessary as this may be, we must stop short at this. Our general statements will be made alive and richly coloured when each one who carries them in his heart and mind speaks about them out of his own life experience. And what does this mean? You've got to be a hesychast. Hesychistic prayer. Silence, that means. It's orthodoxy. It's from orthodoxy monastics do. You've got to do the concentration without effort in prayer. Concentration in the Jesus prayer. The lectures say how. You've got to develop with Christ and be granted your own spiritual experience, or else it's just a proposition then. You're just reading a dead poetry. This stream, everything must lead you to do the practice in the morning, to gain your own authentic spiritual experience, or else how can you participate in the epistemic principle we talked about today? How can you confirm these things unless you take the time to go into the desert with Christ? Indeed, every such individual expression will contribute something of value towards an understanding of the truths of anthroposophy. If we attach the right importance to this fact, we shall make a discovery. We shall find ourselves continually becoming aware of fresh aspects revealing the real nature of the Anthroposophical Society. Every active member in the society will often enough find himself in the position of being questioned about one thing or another. The inquirer is hoping he will learn something from the answers he is given, and the person being asked can also endeavour to learn something from the way the questions are put to him. We should not be inattentive to this kind of learning, for these questions will really teach us something about life. Often the particular reason for the question will come to light. We should be grateful when inquiries can speak to us in this way. They will help us answer questions better and better. What will improve most of all will be the level of feeling that sounds through the words. The feeling content of what we say is an essential part of communicating Christ's wisdom truths. It is certainly not only a matter of what we say, but above all, how we say it. That's true, but also what goes along with it is the Spirit. So, yes, an authentic spiritual experience and can help with what is said. Experience of divine feeling, will and thought can impregnate what you say with things that are beyond just tone. But yes, what he's saying is true. After all, from a certain point of view, Christ's wisdom truths are the most important things that people can communicate to one another. That's true. Christ's wisdom, that's what we've been saying. To impart such things to another person without a deep inner feeling of what one is imparting, and this is what happens when you read theology and debate it and you don't know theology as a fact of experience, you don't have empirical theology. When one is imparting it is in fact already to distort them, says Steiner here. Yes, that's right, unless you have the hesychistic. And that's unfortunate because most theologians are just academic. They just know the propositional system, which means they in fact distort them. And that's not good. It's unfortunate. But this inner feeling is deepened when we perceive in people, however dissimilar they are, the real life background out of which they ask the questions. We do not need to make ourselves into examiners or psychological vivisectors or of one another. We can rest content with what the inquirer of his accord puts into his questions. But no active member of the Anthroposophical Society should ever find satisfaction in answering every question with a hard and fast, ready-made pattern. It is often emphasized, rightly, that anthroposophy must come to life in the human beings, which means Christ's wisdom, and does from Christ. But you have to do yourself, each person. It can't just be written down. Can't just be spoken. You have to participate in the practice and come to this proper relation with Christ through purification, illumination, union. I'm adding. Come to life in human beings and not remain mere teaching. But a thing can only come to life when it is constantly stimulated by life itself. And who is the life? Christ Jesus. My addition. If we work in this way in anthroposophy, it will become a stimulus to love. He says human love, but that just stimulus to divine love. And indeed, in the anthroposophical sphere, all our work should be steeped in love. Not psychological love, right? I'm adding. Anyone who has kept his eyes open in the anthroposophical society will know that many people come into it because when the truths of life are presented to them in other quarters, they lack the fundamental quality of human love. The human soul has a delicate sensitivity for perceiving this quality. It is this, in the highest degree, which forms a medium of understanding. To make the heart becomes a faculty for knowing the essence of things. Through the heart, do you see? But it's divine love, though, which orthodoxy is so good at showing. It's not psychological love. It's the heart awakened by the truth and the true, good, and beautiful, the way, truth, and life, like we said. He broadens it, grants you divine love, and that's how you actually love your neighbour. It's not trying to extend out familial love to the neighbour. It can help a bit, but you pray for it. The love of Christ. And your heart becomes a sense organ, becomes an organ of sense for spiritual beings. But they're felt as concrete facts, not some loose emotion, concrete facts in the heart. The immediacy of movement, friends. Don't let the mention of the heart think, it's just emotion, it's just emotion. No. Higher certainty than any science or any at a distance eyewitness certainty can give you. It's more immediate than the eyewitness of vision. More immediate. More true. If you can do the training, the practices, let's say, you have a relationship with truth itself. You go from formal knowledge that science can give you to material knowledge. Direct epistemological contact with the thing itself, not referring to it and never really grasping and engaging with it and being sent a direct intuition, a tuition from it. Epistemological contact means knowing. What is epistemology? It's a theory of knowing. Do we actually know the thing? Do we actually know the essence? No, unless we learn hesychism, unless we come to be activated in these more essential senses, spiritual senses. It may well be asked, how can we bring love into the description of Earth evolution? Once we have come to realize that evolution of humankind, the other side of the evolution, we shall no longer doubt that precisely where these truths are concerned, love is the very soul of them. And that's the evolution of the cosmos, is what Christ is doing. He's transforming it into a... matter is... A definition of matter at the moment is cosmic indifference. A definition of spirit. One definition of spirit is cosmic love. Divine love is spirit, right? Matter was formerly spirit, and is still, and really is a manifestation of what is more essentially spirit. Like an appearance, a symptom, brought about by the Spirit. It's all a happening. It's not a permanence. It's all in a process. It's a dying and more dying. It's enfolded. Anyway. Might as well continue. Presenting anthroposophical truths, another letter to his membership. There will be all the more life in the imparting of anthroposophical truths, the more they are presented in the kinds of ways, different ways, and from the most varied points of view. For this reason, active members in the society should not be afraid of dealing with the same subject again and again in their group meetings. And this is so true. When we look at St. Symeon the New Theologian, these books of the great saints, we don't just read them and acquire them. You've just acquired a understanding, surface understanding. They become living wisdoms we seek to engage with again and again. That's what living wisdom is. They are almost like a being. and they unfold if they're connected to essential sources. They're for meditating on. These hymns, meditating on, praying on, these hymns that I've been reading, I'll read them once, but the subjects we're presenting in the streams, we're revisiting again and approaching from a different angle. And we, in this world, in this mode of operating with participating with Christ, you're granted the strength to revisit things rather than just saying, I'm bored of that. You return to it and it grants new fruit and becomes living. They're not just dead propositions to acquire. They lead to a spiritual being that's behind the words, let's say. So, but the rest of the surface world has no access to that at all. And so this whole mode is to become an essentialist, to become more essential, so you do. And then you won't consume in the same way you formerly did. You won't watch the same things. Christ will lead you away to things that are more essential. And you'll be able to search them out better and dwell with them. Only they should always approach it from different angles. We shall be led to this quite naturally if our attitude to the questions of others is, as I described in my last letter. This way of doing things will really bring us in touch with the livingness of Christ's wisdom and insights. We shall feel that every thought image in which we present it must of necessity be incomplete. We sense that what we bear in our souls is infinitely richer than what we can express in thought. And as we become more and more clearly aware of this, our reverence for the life of the Spirit is enhanced. And this reverence must be present wherever Christ's wisdom is being presented. It must be an essential ingredient. Whenever such reverence is absent, there is no force in the discussion, which we lack, don't we? In all our low communications in these YouTube videos that flood everything, it lacks any force of will, feeling. It's a dead, abstracted thought. It lacks force to enact itself in the world. It doesn't grant impulses to bear out in your actions, does it? It's just something to be consumed as a lame entertainment, or even a lame philosophy for other reasons, to appear wise in worldly wisdom, not to impel action, to unfold in the world impulses of will and thought. We should never try in some external way to bring this force into our discussions of Christ's wisdom. We should let it evolve out of the living feeling we have towards the truths of Christ's wisdom, realizing that as we grasp them in our souls, we approach the reality of the spiritual world. This will give the soul a certain mood. There will be moments when the soul will feel itself totally at one with the thoughts about the spiritual world. It is out of this involvement that reverence will quite naturally arise. The beginning of any real meditation lies in the development of such a mood. Anyone who is unable to love this mood will in vain apply the rules for attaining knowledge of the spiritual world. For it is in this mood that the spark of the Spirit which lies in the depths of the human soul is called into consciousness. A human being thereby unites himself with his own spirituality. And it is in this union alone that he can find the Spirit in the world. It is solely the spiritual part of us that can approach the Spirit in the world. If the active members of the society to whom others come for advice can acquire the impetus arising out of such a mood, there will be an increase in them of the capacity to perceive what the other person really wants. It is often hard for a person to put into clear words what moves him most deeply. Therefore, it is all too easy for the one who is being asked the question to miss the point of it, and the one who asks the question will rightly feel that he has not received a proper answer. But if he has the mood of soul that comes from such inner feeling as described above, he will have the power to loose the tongue of the questioner. The latter will then acquire that real intimate confidence in the person whose advice he is seeking, which brings real life into the communicating of Christ, wisdom, and these truths. Something will then enter in, enabling the questioner to take the answers he receives as a starting point from which he can proceed independently in the quest for his spiritual needs. He will perhaps have the feeling that although the answers may not have contained all he was seeking, he will now be in a position to help himself further. An inner feeling of strength will come into his soul in place of the powerless feeling he had before. And this feeling of strength was what he was really looking for. To go on in the search, I would say. Sometimes we just need encouragement that we're on the right path from someone who knows. So we can hopefully we can discern Christ, but we might become confused. And so just encouragement, or if someone who actually is in communion with Christ, just the presence can help. And the communication, Christ can speak through you to encourage and grant spiritual strength to the person you're speaking to, I would add. We should not imagine that we shall find the answers to burning soul problems in mere feelings without engaging thought, but a thought produced in cold isolation from the realm of feeling cannot find its way into human hearts. On the other hand, we should not be afraid that our feeling might mar the objective nature of our thoughts, for this would happen only if we had not found access by way of the above-mentioned mood of soul to our human spirituality. I was about to add this myself, saying this is different. It's not mere subjective feeling we're talking about. It's through purification, you find the essence of thought, feeling, and will. Objective fact is the combination of divine thought, feeling, and will. You don't have the truth unless it comes with the good and the beautiful. You do not have the truth with an abstracted propositional superstructure that feels objective and with clear-cut contours. You can have a rigorous, full of life, Christ's wisdom is what you need, and then you actually possess the truth. If you don't have those things, you have a dead propositional system that isn't actually true, that doesn't lead to higher domains of knowing, that are not propositional, that transcend the formalistic knowledge and actually overcome the paradoxes you see in formalistic logic that are bound to occur when you're trying to map reality with a proposition. You always end up with logic, with a system for what reality is. There are paradoxes like they are in quantum mechanics and science. We're close to the train line here. Next letter, teaching Christ's wisdom, teaching Christ's wisdom, teaching anthroposophy. The stimulus to take up anthroposophy, or Christ's wisdom, will in most cases come to the person from his having experienced that looking out into the world outside himself, which becomes a source of dissatisfaction, and he therefore feels impelled to turn his thoughts to his own human nature. He has a dim feeling that the riddles which life sets him can be illumined not by looking out upon the restless working of the world, but by contemplating the inner human being. Thus, the striving for world knowledge is transformed into the striving for self-knowledge. The members who wish to be active in the anthroposophical society will have to bear this in mind. Then, on the other hand, they will learn to perceive their task in the right way, while on the other hand, they will recognize the dangers involved. All too often, the search for self-knowledge is led in the wrong direction, grows into a special form of selfishness or egoism. A person may take himself too seriously and thereby lose interest in everything going on outside himself. In fact, every right kind of endeavour can lead one astray if it becomes one-sided. One can reach no real understanding of the world if one does not seek it through an understanding of the human being. I better quickly check that this is actually working, because we've been reading for a bit, haven't we? Oh wait, we did actually look that it was working, didn't we? Sorry to interrupt. Oh, no one's. John Stubble says, return to it, regurgitate it, replenish it, constantly be reminded of it because the Spirit calls for it. Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, this is good stuff. Not everyone likes the readings of Steiner, but I do think that, anyway, hopefully people can get something out of it. All too often, yeah. A person may take himself too seriously and thereby lose interest in everything going on outside himself. In fact, every right kind of endeavour can lead one astray if it becomes one-sided. One can reach no real understanding of the world if one does not seek it through an understanding of the human being. For the age-old truth that the human being is a microcosm, a miniature world, in fact, will be proved anew time and again. The human being has all the secrets and riddles of the universe, the macrocosm, concealed within his own nature. If we take this in the right sense, then every time we look into our inner being, our attention will be directed to the world outside us. Self-knowledge will become the gateway to the world knowledge. But if we take it in the wrong sense, our study of ourselves will become an imprisonment, and we shall lose interest in the world. This must not be brought about by Christ's wisdom or anthroposophy. Otherwise, we shall never hear the last complaint we often hear from many people on entering the Anthroposophical Society. Oh dear, what a selfish attitude these anthroposophists have, he says, quote unquote. If a person really wants to have self-knowledge, then it should teach him to see more clearly that all his own attributes are there too in other people. We can sense what they feel if we have experience the same in ourselves. Beautiful birds you might be able to hear there, friends. So long as our experience is lacking, the other person's experience eludes us. We do not see it properly, or our feeling may become so riveted by our own experience that there is none left for our neighbours. If they will be on their guard against these dangers, the active members of the society will then be able to play a helpful part. They will then prevent self-knowledge from degenerating into self-love. In fact, they will come to work in the spirit which leads self-knowledge over into philanthropy. And once a person has an interest in his fellow human beings, he will certainly not lack an interest in the world in general. When friends have asked me for a personal verse for a particular purpose, I have often given them the following. If you would know your own being, look round you on all sides in the world. If you would truly see and understand the world, contemplate the depths of your own soul. The teaching of Christ's wisdom must always be in the spirit of this saying. Because of course the Logos is the ground of the subject and the object. Then we shall avoid the risk that when we discuss our inner being, we shall stir up too many egoistic self-absorptions. It is certainly enough to put newcomers off if the first thing they notice is that anthroposophists are only interested in themselves. One becomes aware that people who have been members of this society for a while perpetually complain that they do not have enough time really to go into this wisdom. We find that most often among those whose life work is within this movement, their work easily gets too much for them, imagining that this prevents them from meditating and reading Christ's wisdom literature. Although I'm saying Christ's wisdom, yes, anthroposophical literature is the word he's got here. But it just keeps reminding you what the source is supposed to be. And so on. But the love for this knowledge must not disrupt our joyful participation in the necessities of life. if it does so, our involvement with anthroposophy will never have the right kind of warmth, but will degenerate into cold selfishness. Those members who wish to be active in the society will have to take this insight much to heart. Then they will be able to fill their work with the kind of spirit that can cope with the dangers that so easily arise. That's the end of that particular letter. Just give me a moment, everyone. All right. Let's have a little drink. God, there's some pub over there playing there's got some band on. It really carries across the lake. The sound. All right. These are quite short. These are little grabs from a newsletter 100 years ago. But they're still interesting. So this one is the pictorial nature of the human being, which means the imaginal nature of the human being. These are objective imaginal. Imagination is that we're familiar with in normal life is not, or dreams are not this. It's objective spiritual vision, basically, we're talking about. Deeper than that is inspiration, deeper than that is intuition, which is basically what we were talking about before in terms of vow, hey, yod, Yahweh, YHVH, V, or a creation ex nihilo. Like these things align with, okay, yod and hey, yod is sort of the potentiality of the other three, let's say. In the divine name, YHVH, from the Old Testament, yod has the potentiality of the other three. It is potential, unfolds into the other three. This aligns with, the first two align with emanation, the sphere of emanation. The whole world has spheres, let's say. Vow aligns with the sphere of creation out of nothing, right? It's still in the unconscious though. The next one, Hermetic philosophical, the synthesis, is a sphere of form. And what's after that? Facticity, the surface, where we are. Those things also align to the sphere of form and the sphere of creation, the psychological unconscious and the vital unconscious. The vital unconscious carries your warmth, energies, impulses. I'm not going to go into the specifics of those two unconsciouses today. We can go into that at a different time. Imagination is connected with this sphere that is just above, this vow, this creation, oh no, it's one more down actually, I think. Imagination is connected with then ideas, let's say, the depth Christian philosophical. That's what it's connected with. So it's the first thing you encounter once you begin purification. Then you encounter inspiration, and then you encounter, yeah, that's right. And then you encounter intuition. But also one of the early things you encounter is spiritual touch, which is connected with what we just mentioned, is an intuition of a kind. So there's different layers. Like the different things you encounter in the spiritual senses actually apply to different spheres of the unconscious. The unconscious isn't just in you, it's the world. And its base level is emanation, the eternal itself, outside time. So anyway, this imagination is one level down, let's say, one sphere down, or up, you could consider it. Up might be a better way to put it. The pictorial nature of the human being. It is very important that it should be understood through Christ's wisdom that the ideas a person acquires from observing outer nature are inadequate for considering the human being. The ideas which have taken possession of people's minds during the cultural changes of the last few centuries fail to realize this fact. By means of them, people have grown accustomed to thinking in terms of natural laws. Remember, we talked about earlier, the metaphysical sense, which isn't spiritual at all, is deducing laws, observing the facts of outer nature, the happenings of outer nature. You just abstract and deduce. You don't actually experience the essential being behind it. You deduce from what you see. You don't dive into with higher faculties, which is what we do all this, well, through the heart cry. It's all through Christ. You seek love as your ultimate aim, and then he grants you essence. And these use these natural laws to explain phenomena, which are perceived by the senses, the surface sense phenomena. They use these deductions I just mentioned, the metaphysical sense. This is what normal philosophy operates with. We're talking about depth philosophy, really. What we're engaged with is depth philosophy because it seeks divinity. And in a sense, Plato was involved in the same thing, even though he didn't engage directly with the Logos. They then turn their attention to the human organism and think that they too can be explained by bringing the laws of nature to bear upon it. This is just a thought in considering a picture which an artist has painted. So this, for the following, is just a thought. In considering a picture which an artist has painted, we were to take into account only the substance of the colours, their power of adhering to the canvas, the way in which these colours are applied, and similar things. But such a way of regarding a picture does not reveal what is contained in it. Think about it. Examining the substances of the different pigments don't show you what it's about, do they? Examining how they cling to the canvas, and that's what we do with explaining surface sense, explaining what we see. You don't explain a piece of art or picture by looking at the pigments. They're looking at their substances and what photons, what atoms make up, the oils, you know what I mean? Quite other laws are active in the revelation contained in the picture than those which can be perceived by considering such aspects as these. And that analogy is excellent. I mean, hopefully you guys get what's being said there. It is a question of realizing that in the human being, something is also being manifested which cannot be grasped from the standpoint of natural law. Once someone has thoroughly made this conception his own, he will be able to understand the human being as a picture. And where he's leading this is what will be disclosed to him is himself as the imaginal. Again, you don't have this faculty until you begin the practices. Then you see objective imagination or imaginal that carry power, living ideas, right? This is the first level. But our directive is to ignore these things, really, to put them to the side. But the lectures I go into that. Let's continue here. Your whole soul is a picture. You can't observe your own consciousness. There's no such thing as metacognition. You already are meta. There is no meta. The only meta is using a different faculty other than the intellect to look at itself, which is intuition, which is imagination, which is inspiration. These are not what we think they are. Okay, a mineral is not a picture in this sense. It reveals only what is directly evident to the senses. When regarding a picture, we look, as it were, through what the senses perceive to its spiritual content. When we look at a piece of art, we look through what the senses perceive to the spiritual content. And it is, and Heidegger talks about this when it says that art is a set being set forth to disclose. So being is set down to be stood up again, to open. That which is being is set down in the art in such a way that it can unfold and disclose the being again. It isn't the being itself, just like a speaking. Speaking is set forth to disclose this original being. And it is the same when we observe the human being. If we make a thorough study of the human being in the light of natural law, we do not feel that these laws bring us into contact with the essential human being, but only with that through which the human being is manifested. We must become mentally aware that when we regard a person only from the point of view of natural law, it is as if we stood before a picture and saw only blue and red, and were quite unable, through an inner activity of soul, to relate the blue and red to what reveals itself through these colours. When viewing things from the standpoint of natural law, we must perceive minerals in one way and the human being in another. In the case of minerals, it is for our intellectual understanding, or the purely atoms, right? In the case of minerals, it is for our intellectual understanding, as if it were learning about them through a direct sense of touch. In the case of the human being, it is as though we were as far away from his essential being as we were from a picture that we could make a contact with in no other way than through our sense of touch. So when we comprehend the human being, we're as far away from his essential nature when we examine him in the same way as the mineral way, as we would be if we tried to touch a painting and gather what its essence was, what it was about. That's how far we are away. It works for the mineral. You touch a mineral, you get a sense for what it is. But once we have perceived that man is a picture of something, we shall have the right attitude of mind to progress to what manifests in this picture. The pictorial nature of human being does not manifest solely and alone in one unequivocal way. A sense organ is, in its nature, least of all a picture, and mostly a kind of manifestation of itself, like a mineral. It is to the human sense organs that natural laws come the closest. We have only to look at the wonderful arrangement of the human eye. Natural laws can approximately grasp the way this works. And it is similar with the other organs, though it is often not so clearly evident as with the eye. This is because the formation of the sense organs is up to a certain point self-contained. They are inserted into the organism as formations complete in themselves, and as such, they convey perceptions of the outer world. It is different in regard to the rhythmic processes in the organism. The heart, the lungs, rhythms of sleep, rhythms of blood, breathing, and mainly breathing in the heart, breathing in the blood. They do not display a finished form. Here, a constant coming into being and passing away of the organism is taking place. If the sense organs were like the rhythmic system, we should perceive the outer world as being in a constant state of becoming. Wow, that's actually really true. You don't see the happening, really. The happening. You see solids as if things are done and completed in the senses. Our concepts feed back into that, as I've said many times on these streams. The world, the Weltanschauung, the world concept that we're brought into in modernity makes these things dead. The sense organs are like a picture hanging on the wall. The rhythmic system is comparable to the scene that unfolds when we watch an artist and his canvas during the moments when a picture arises. The picture is not yet there, but is becoming more visible all the time. Our observation shows us a perpetual process of becoming. A thing that has already come into existence remains in existence for a time. When we study the human rhythmic system, the passing out of existence, the decomposing process, follows immediately upon the process of becoming, the upbuilding process. The rhythmic system manifests a picture in the process of change. The activity of perceiving with the soul an object which has already become a finished picture can be called imagination. Whereas the activity required to comprehend a growing picture is inspiration. Yeah? Okay. You get a better sense of that when you encounter these things in the depth of spiritual experience, I think. But he's right in the distinctions he's making are correct. It is different again when we consider the metabolism and the system of movement in the human organism. And those things are connected to will and feeling, by the way. Are they? Yes. In this instant, it is like and metabolism is connected to will and intuition. Intuition is divine will. It is different. The ground of all of will, the ground of us is Christ, right? Our essence is Christ. But you have to get out of your own corrupt low will to find the divine will at the ground of your low will, and the ground of your low feeling, and the ground of your low thought. You can only find Christ if you sacrifice your own thought, feeling, and will to find their essence. And that's through purification, my friends. It is different again when we consider the metabolism and system of movement in the human organism. In this instance, it is like confronting a completely bare canvas. Unused paint pots, an artist who has not yet begun to paint. And this is what we were talking about earlier with potential. Divine will has all the thought and feeling that is later involved. It carries a world in it. It carries its end in it. It is potential. That's why he's saying it's like a painting that's not even yet painted. It's got its unused pot plants, and an artist has not even begun to paint. It's not even started the becoming process. It later unfolds into feeling in divine terms before it's even seen. And so you experience it as raw movement, this divine will, this yod of the yod hey vav hey, as a spiritual sense, right? As intuition. Like I said, black. In this instance, it's like confronting a completely bare canvas, unused paint pots, an artist who has not yet begun to paint. If you want to understand the metabolic and limb system, you must have the kind of perception, because you don't see, you're not conscious of will. You gain consciousness of will and divine will eventually through this process. Otherwise, it's completely unconscious to you. Will is just a concept, really. You don't, or where do I see it? Where do I feel it? You see its result in the movement of your limbs, but you only experience it directly once you wake up to these, once you wake up through, you both go to sleep and wake up at the same time in concentration without effort in prayer, to become, for it to be possible for you to see these things. The activity of the soul, so the unused paints in the artist have to do with what appears before you later on as the artist's picture. Let me read that again. If you want to understand the metabolic and limb system, which is primarily of the will, I would add, you must have the kind of perception that has no more to do with what the senses grasp than the bare canvas. The unused paints in the artist have to do with what appears before you later on as the artist's picture. And that's the truth of it, right? The spiritual faculties show you before the happening of time, don't they? Before even becoming itself. Inspiration gives you when things are right before, in becoming, before it's even become a picture yet. Intuition gives you before it's even being painted in time. Where is Christ? He's outside time, isn't he? That's what he's trying to express here. The activity the soul experiences, to experience on a purely spiritual level the part of the human being working in metabolism and the system of movement, is the same. And how are we an image of that in this metabolic and limb system? The will is not yet manifested, is it? We're a kind of potentiality. We're a mini potentiality for being, possibility for being. We enact the will, and the will unfolds in the world, just like his will unfolds in us and becomes more conscious to us. Our will unfolds in the world, and the wills that engage themselves in us, in systems, carry their end in them. There's information in them to unfold. Even your own will carries what you are in them. We just don't know how to engage it to disclose the knowledge that's in will, right? It unfolds into something deeper, or it is when it's divine anyway. Divine will does, unfolds into thought and will. The will itself carries this depth of knowledge in it as well, and its end. That's what potentiality is. Like, you feel the potentiality of God, experienced as divine will, unfolds and becomes more articulate and conscious over time. Anyway, so let me just continue there. And so the activity of a soul exercises to experience, on a purely spiritual level, the part of the human being working in metabolism and the system of movement is the same as when, on seeing the painter, the empty canvas and the unused paints, upon seeing the painter, the empty canvas and the unused paints, one were to experience the picture to be painted later. In seeing the painter in that yacht, in that immediate contact, and you're seeing in the empty canvas and the used paints were to experience the picture to be painted later, to unfold. You see it in potentiality, or feel it anyway. To understand the metabolic and limb system, and it's the same with your limb system, it unfolds in the action in the world. The soul has to, when you feel will, to understand the metabolic and limb system, the soul has to exercise the power of intuition, which is, it's just not something you have access to unless you participate over a long period of time in hesychistic prayer. It is necessary that the active members of this society should draw attention to, in this way, to the real essence of the fundamentals of Christ's wisdom and its outlook. For we should, and what's he saying? He's saying you need to gain this so you can become, commune with divine will. And our will and how it operates in our metabolic system and limb system is a reflection of that. So our systems can be understood in that light, and you can understand, it can help you understand how things unfold in us, but also examining man as an analogy, we can understand better how divine will begins. It's not the same thing, but anyway. For we should become aware not only of all the knowledge that can be acquired through anthroposophy, but also of how we can actually come to experience this body of knowledge. He means Christ. You see what he's saying there? It's clever wording. I'll read that again. For we shall become aware not only of all the knowledge that can be acquired through Christ's wisdom, but also of how we actually come to experience this body of wisdom or knowledge. How we come to experience Christ, right? It's just using more philosophical terms to describe it. All right, let me just check the old chats. And we may continue our walk, it being 3. Still working, friends? The weight of the paintbrush could be the spirit of the painting, so delicate, intricate, and hard to be observed, but full of meaning and the spirit. John Stubble says his will is like a book unfolding, page to page, him reviewing his divine will. So beautiful, so divine and deep. Spiritual initiation from him all the way to revelation. Indeed, my friend. Thank you, John. Always great to have your... Oh, there's something else up here there? What was that? Always great to have your additions to what's going on. Let me check the Discord if anyone's in there. Otherwise, you can join up at scottmanion.com/fellowship and participate in the second discussion after. If you want to say anything now, and as I'm walking, I'll check the chats again as I get up. If someone's in the Discord, we can start a group conversation. Otherwise, you can do it in the last segment. Looks like we're all good to continue. Just give me a moment. Okay, off we go. That's good. I think that analogy of the painting, I'm going to use that again. It really helps to understand what's missing from sense, surface sense, and what's missing from surface sense, and how these things, because that expresses the becoming. It expresses the painting as it's being painted is inspiration, is, we don't, because in our surface senses, we just experience the completed image. In imagination, it's kind of the same thing, but it carries power, right? In the imaginal, which you don't have access to unless you're doing these practices, objective imaginal things. They're in the sphere of form. They're one level of the unconscious, up or down, whichever way you might want to put it. Another level is inspiration, which is like this painting as it's being painted. Intuition itself is the eternal. It's knowing an experience of divine will of what the painting is going to be with the paintbrushes before it's even been painted. That's potentiality. That's interacting with Christ. It's not even temporal yet, but having a sense of what it's going to be. That's what you get to experience, felt through the heart and felt in the immediacy of movement. Sometimes as a sending of gnosis around a particular concept, and you'll be enlightened around this idea you were struggling with, and you're asking the Lord, He'll send you a flood of knowing, and a bunch of all these things will become connected. That's the true language of the angels, not some silly speaking in tongues, right? But although maybe there was some of that activity, I'm not sure, because it does seem like that's what Paul's also talking about. But the language of tongues does seem to also be... anyway, let's not go into that. It's difficult. I'm writing a book so as to, for this to help with the understanding of this. I've been working on it for the last 8 months. So hopefully it will be finished by February. And then that will be a very clear thing to refer to. Like, check this out in this chapter of my book, blah, 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 blah. And then, I don't know, while people are listening, they can simply go to the book. Because it's a bit harder to say, look at this lecture from this guy online and follow the practice he's talking about. It's simpler to go to a very rigorous, over a long time, much more careful than perhaps the lectures are. Careful, because I really wanted, in the lectures, I wanted to get out how as soon as possible. Firstly, I didn't want to die or something before, I wanted to help with what worked, to help people do the same thing, because I couldn't see anywhere else people articulating it. There's nowhere, okay, well I better, and of course I asked the Lord. So, anyway, that's good. I never published the lecture notes on, but they're still good. I mean, it still is the content. If you follow what's there, it works. It's the way, but it's not. It can be more. Have more distinct contours, or, and not everything perfect. Some things are in error, but luckily they're just minor things. luckily they're minor things, but that's why we did them as lectures, right? It's the best way to speak about them for the time being until the book was ready. Anyway. So off we go. We're just gonna put this down on the table for now. Our next reading is from Dionysius the Areopagite. But maybe I'll summarize some of the stuff we've been talking about today. Okay. All right. How are we doing on battery here? Pretty good, actually. What do we do with this? And so we can see what Rudolf was talking about there relates to what we express today. Intuition and inspiration and imagination, or the imaginal, and then the surface. Gnosis and Yod are this intuition. They're uncreated. Remember how he said? I'm aligning what he's saying up with some of what theology talks of. When something's uncreated, it's emanation. It's both what we mentioned, Yod and Hey, the mystic and the Gnostic sense, are this intuition he talks of. Will that unfolds into thought and feeling. It's almost all three together. It's potentiality, right? It's possibility felt in itself. The thing in itself felt as the immediacy of movement. The mystic sense unfolds into gnosis. But is that still uncreated? It's still emanation. Oh, cool, there's the train line. I should have showed you the train as it went past. Whoops. I'll keep walking down here. And the miraculous sense aligns with inspiration, which is, think about it, if there's this deeper level of reality, this is right on the edge point of things being uncreated, a sphere of creation, let's say, this creation ex nihilo, this level of being that aligns to the sacred miraculous. A miracle is something when it's made out of from nothing, right? There's no will impulse, it's no unconscious impulse. Think about magic. All the magic or low magic of the pagans was never a creation ex nihilo. It wasn't from emanation. It was just from psychological unconscious and vital unconscious, deeper levels, but still created, right? When Steiner was saying with the canvas, he's saying the happening of the painting when it's not yet complete. This world here is the completed, and even a little bit deeper in the unconscious, in imagination, it's completed, right? If you go deeper into the unconscious, there's this place where the canvas is being painted. That's right at that edge point of becoming that he was talking about. That is the sphere of creation. Ex nihilo, so going all the way up to that point is where inspiration is. Right at the edge as it happens. We're not at the edge here. This is completed creation that our senses interact with. Like he said, the completed painting. That's really the final synthesis of the divine name, Yod He Vav He, YHVH in the Old Testament. The final synthesis is kind of just below this surface here. It's that imagistic, it's that imaginal, right? So it is also completed in the unconscious, a little bit below the surface sense world that we're looking at right now. But then we come into the picture and it's a solidified dead thing. When you do your concentration practices, you interact with these deeper levels. First you go into the imagination, then up to this level of creation ex nihilo I was mentioning. And you experience inspiration. And then you experience, so you begin with thought, you go to the depths of thought, you go to the depths of feeling, and you go to the depths of will in intuition, which is like experiencing this canvas before it's painted, but it's the finished canvas, but no pots have been moved or used, that they're all there, right? It's the future. Remember how I'm always saying Christ is the future, the eschaton, accessible in the depth of things. So it's not some future out there. It's an eternal that is constantly surrounding time. And it's happening. So there is an alignment between this regular surface sense, imagination, inspiration, and intuition, and YHVH, or HVHY, because I began with the surface. The essence of things is Yod. You go a bit more close to the surface, but still unconscious. It's Hey, and then it's, but it's still uncreated. And then you get to the sphere of creation. It's creation ex nihilo, the edge of the becoming of this happening in time, which we don't see here, but it's deeper, it's in the unconscious. It's still not visible to us in the normal surface, right? But still, it's in time. And then you come a bit close to the surface and you end up in imagination, which is still unconscious to most people. And then you get here, which is after the divine name. So the divine name is also tied up with this demiurgic creating and happening of the world. It begins with Yod and unfolds into HVHY. Sorry, HVH. And in a sense, you could consider man as a fifth letter on the end of YHVH. And he becomes perfect man when you add an S, when it's YHSVH, that's Yeshua, Jesus. And what is that? That's adding an S in these two first letters, which are, what did we say they were? Yod and Hey, gnosis and mysticism, is in this domain of uncreated. So it's saying, bring the man up to the sphere of the uncreated, and then he is Jesus, with Jesus. And that's what Jesus is, the perfect man. When he's not from the surface, he's brought up to this Yod Hey, gnosis mysticism, beyond the happening of creation. Yeshua. So you see the genus of language and how these words emerged actually point to truths. The names, and so you could put us, like you could say we are in our imperfect state, are on the end point of YHVH, if we consider the divine name to actually accord with levels of reality and how this unfolds and solidifies as the surface. And it does. And it does, and you can discover this through initiation and hesychistic prayer. Do you go to the depths of things and experience these layers of the things we've been discussing? They all align. What Steiner's saying and what I was saying earlier align. And so you could consider us on the surface of YHVH. Say the S is where we are. After those four letters, we're of the surface sense. Jesus is when you move from this surface to emanation, which is Y and H, gnosis and mysticism. We are stuck on the surface unless we move towards him. Beneath these layers of the unconscious, of this Hermetic philosophical layer of imagination, through inspiration of that creative sphere as well, the sphere of form and the sphere of creation. And we're called to do that. And you do it through hesychistic prayer. So you can go to the essence of things through the surface senses by doing the practices. You don't get there by penetrating with experimental apparatus through physical things. You go through yourself, or participation in Christ anyway, the perfect man. Luckily, you're made in the image of God and you have spiritual connections with God. And he grants faculties that we had before the fall that allow us to experience these different layers, let's say. And ultimately, don't let them become idols. Of course, we're searching out divine love first. Better to just put them to the side, really, and go towards the essence, which is divine love, which you experience. And you come to know these things through being taught by Christ, because he leads you to be careful yet courageous, to apply this epistemic principle we've been talking about today. But then also, once you learn how to discern, you can be taught by him through other people, led to writers such as, well, Steiner, the saints, who to read in what order. That's what I'm always asking, whether I should read a book or not. And it's a great gift to be guided in that. Incredible gift. Incredible gift. Here we are, this is a bit of a nicer view. And so, going back to the epistemic principle again, we described things we do. Does it carry intrinsic value? We talked about this being about personal certainty. How do you have personal certainty that what spiritual experience you experience is true? Even authority can let you down, in the sense one person asking a person one thing can fail. Considering someone of spiritual experience's advice, that's one thing that can also fail, right? In the Philokalia, it's not without caveats. You do have to consider the gospel, but you can also, your consideration of the gospel can fail too. So the epistemic principle also mentions things like constructive fruitfulness, not just your own sense of cohesiveness, but it has to cohere, has to have concord with other revelation, other people of health, the good, true, and beautiful, have ramifications for healthy thought, feeling, and will. So constructive fruitfulness, a consilience of spiritual senses, a cohesiveness, concord with categorical thought, with logic, right? It must make sense over time all the different revelations you experience, it must make sense when compared to revelation, other confirmed revelation of people of health. So you can see how these principles work together. The fruitfulness one is very important. Logic is very important. Now remember, we're also using principles from philosophy. That cohesion is about, from idealism, do you have an internally consistent logical system? But that can fail. But I can't remember what that idol is, actually. It's internally consistent. But thought is not God, ultimately. I don't know if that's the exact idol of it. But there are things that transcend. Right? There's plenty of systems that are internally consistent that aren't true. So something can make sense, but there are higher orders of knowing that aren't accounted for. They're internally consistent. There are plenty of theories that are internally consistent but untrue. So logic isn't the final thing. Now the idol of empiricism or realism, this idea that the idol is the object, the thing. Oh, everything's the thing. We just need to make our ideas correspond to the rock. Oh, our idea needs to just fit the shape of this rock. Look, we observe it with the surface senses. It just needs to fit this, guys. And that's all we need to do. That's it, guys. What's the idol of this? What's an idol? Because you can have illusory objects. Think about UFOs. They happen. It's not fake. It's not fake. It's something that materialized for a brief period of time, reflects radar, but it ultimately has no essence. Antediluvian monsters, basically, right? That's where it fails. The thing. The thing is the idol. But this is how most people operate in modernity. Oh, it just aligns to this. Also, there is a sense that our ideas give form to how things present to us. Remember in quantum mechanics, the observer has an effect on the result of the experiment. If that's the ground, the atomic ground of how matter appears, that is the thing we're trying to make our ideas conform to, and we affect it. Oh, okay. Guess it's not as certain as we thought, this empiricism. It also only relies on the surface senses. All the experiment is the surface senses. But there are things that transcend that. Faculties that transcend that. Anyway, the principles are useful of both those things. We use that correspondence to say, do our ideas, our thoughts correspond to our spiritual, the touch, the immediacy of movement from Yod. That's more intimate and closer than this surface touch of the surface senses. And we make sure that our interactions with that in the fire of the heart, right? The Lord touching our heart, we make sure our ideas correspond, just like the empiricists do with the low surface senses. We make sure it corresponds to intuitions from Him, don't we? So, use both. And then you don't become an idealist or a realist philosopher, you become a logoist. The logos. Really? That's it. Logoism. Let me just see where we are. Logoism. Logosism. Because He is the essence of the subject and the object, remember? Oh, cool, we're almost at the other station. Anyway, we can keep going down here. Do we? Tascot's called. Okay, yeah. Let's just keep walking, huh? Logosism.
Where's the camera?
So it's pointed at me. And so, he just gave a peace sign as if it was pointed at him. It's not pointed, it's pointed at me. This is where we're walking. And so, what's left there? Well, consilience was the other word. There are all these C's, these 3 C's. And a good symbol for that, like I said at the start, is the hermit. The symbol of the hermit. He has a cloak, which is that gnosis truth we talked about earlier. It covers him, that deeper level of truth. He has a staff, which is that inner and outer experience that he prods around with, right? But it's not for the surface senses, that staff. He's blind, right? It's the immediacy of this spiritual touch, that this touch and this pain in the heart, this fire of Emmaus that he has on a deeper level of being. That's his touch that he's moving around with and making sure things correspond to this touch of his stuff, right? So he's got a black cloak, that's that deeper gnosis. He's got a lamp, that's the clarity of thought, the cohesiveness principle, the concord principle of rational thought that we were talking about. So the lamp, the cloak, and the staff. Immediate interior and exterior experience, spiritual experience, but it will align because the Lord does miracles with birds and stuff to align with inner spiritual experience. But you're using the staff to find that, and these things all concord together and collaborate together to help us have a certainty. Not that, the devil will cause doubt at the same time. And at various, I looked for lots of quotes of the saints to align with that, and I found several. I know that St. Peter of Damascus talks about the constructive fruitfulness, the idea of fruit. Taking these things, not taking these ideas as truths yet, but waiting to see what bears fruit, if it bears fruit. Being a way to come to truth about things that may or may not be God, right? They also talk about peace and joy, and they verify the spiritual phenomena we talk about. Should we walk down here? I don't even know. Should we stay on that path along the train line? It's just another seaside thing. Let me look. We'll walk for another 20 minutes and then we'll do our next reading. Oh yeah, we can walk along here. Might as well. And so, the clarity of the lamp that the hermit has in the card, the immediate experience, he has correspondence to the essence of things through material knowledge. That's what spiritual touch is. You're touching the essence of things when it, especially if it's the heart. Potentiality. It's why it's movement, which later can become waves of love, waves of silence, deeper and deeper silence, the zone of silence behind the eyes, deeper and deeper silence, then eventually waves of heart of love that unite with the heart, and it's Christ. Of course, the silencing of all your other faculties, the senses, the imagination, the relaxation of the body, silencing of the body. You still have a small amount of, you feel distance from your surface senses, or at least the body anyway. And your eyes are closed, so naturally you're distanced from your vision. That's silenced too. Waves of silence. Waves of silence. Australian suburbia, friends, that's what this is. Although, yeah, not city, it's a bit far from Sydney, but it is suburbia. Didn't expect we'd be here today, actually, but here we are. By the water. And so that's why he carries all those things and has his cloak wrapped around him. He has the harmony of truth with him, but he has to consult that. He can't just take it like you do normal memory. You have to ask Christ. But his clear thinking, he continuously returns to this principle. Thinks about these 5 different things, this consilience of spiritual senses, this cohesion of logic, this constructive fruitfulness, this aligning with the saints, aligning with revelation, this correspondence to intuitions from Christ, this continuously asking Christ and receiving those same intuitions and knowing what the spiritual phenomena are, because Christ has shown you in the depth of your hesychastic prayer first. And that aligns with the saints' descriptions in the Bible and more recent books by saints and people such as Tomberg. See how this is coming together? That's how a personal certainty generates. And in that personal certainty also comes a comprehensive vision, which is the final H of the trunk of the tree, going from the original roots of mysticism, which you first begin experiencing as spiritual touch and movement, unfolds into a comprehensive vision and a slow certainty and an eventual communion with Christ and being able to ask him questions and noticing him in bird calls, motivating birds, because he's the essence of things. The bird knows how to easily be obedient to the master, right? Since he has taken over the macrocosm. The bird is already with his instinct. We are confused with warped instincts of soul. We're worse than the animals in many ways because of our perversions. The saints of the Philokalia say this, worse than the animals because of our perversions of soul. Low instincts too, we're born into low instincts. But we're even worse because we're devoid from them. Part of the answer is actually not Nietzschean instinct, where it's the will to power, it's to overcome these low bestial passions and instincts, to find this divine instinct, holy animality. That will is this potentiality we're talking about. And what is in it? It's not just some movement. Divine will is not just some push. It's got the whole eschaton, the whole end, the whole telos in it. Divine will. It unfolds into thought. It unfolds. Think about it like a compression, like it carries this whole world in it of what it is to be when it's divine. But it's initially felt and most intensely felt and essentially felt in movement. Movement, that's how you interact with it, and then unfolds later and becomes more clear as we go on in the spiritual life. Eventually the Lord says things. When he says things as a human proposition, that's less essential than him touching you in the heart. Or a full gnosis scent that gives you clarity around all these different knowings. And so eventually you develop a comprehensive vision where you can refer back to him and you see one God guiding with you the multiplicity of happenings. That doesn't mean he's doing that for everyone all the time. I think he hints to certain people, but if you're paying attention, he will start intervening more with these miraculous things, guiding animals to align with the spiritual experience we've been talking about. And we've talked about that many times too, that comprehensive vision that develops. And so you can see from this how certainty grows. And sometimes you can be sent an infused certainty, like we said earlier. But this certainty grows, thank God. And thank God he starts interacting and miracles happen. And why do they help? It does help to know your inner spiritual experience as deep, far deeper than any surface sense that you feel it. It is nice to him, or for him also to confirm it with an external miracle. Of course, you have to love him first and do these practices for a long time, which aren't practices, they're miraculous know-how, right? So it relies on you being passive and active at the same time. But eventually, he reveals himself. But it's good to see the external miracle with animals as well, of him moving them. But like I said, they know how to be obedient to divine will. If we're not purified, but if he was to send us an impulse, we wouldn't follow it, would we? We don't see it. You have to become so concentrated as to notice. And only then, when you're paying attention, will he start doing more of it. But things have probably happened to you that you've just not even seen it as well. He's sent impulses and you just ignore it. You've got to become and enter this mode of phenomenology where you're not making assumptions about these impulses, maybe a touch on your face. Oh, it's just an ant. What if it's not though? You start rubbing your face, and if you start paying attention in your depth prayer to touch, you begin experiencing things that you might think initially is some ant on your face, and it's not. It's spiritual touch, and you get enough of that experience then to make the distinction. Thank God, he shows you again and again. But you might initially think there's something on your face or something, because that's what spiritual, it feels similar. So, again, it'll happen enough times so you can make the distinction. So, but you see how you have to be paying attention. You have to be applying this phenomenological approach where you're not making presumptions about what's happening necessarily. You are open to, well, what if that isn't what I presume it always to be? What if that movement of heart isn't? Especially when you become more conscious, you're doing the practices, then more things he will intervene in these ways because you are looking. Less so in sending in thought. When he's speaking in thought, it just sounds like your own thought. But like I said, less likely to do that, especially to begin with, because you're not purified. It's purification that allows us to tell the difference. But also it's dangerous because the devil is as often aping God and pretending to be him. Once you stop thinking your thought is just subjective, the devil will start to pretend to be God. As you retrograde back, well, it's not retrograde, it's probably evolving actually, the devil will, you've got to come to an understanding that it's not what you think it is. You've got to come to an understanding that thought expressed in your mind is not merely internal. And of course, the saints help us do this. The tradition helps us understand this. Through that, when we begin to recognize, and we don't claim ourselves as the sole owner of thought that expresses itself to us in mind, that expresses itself to us in mind. That helps. But again, you have to face these temptations from the devil at the same time. So be aware. The book will go into these details as well, and I'll always speak about them, of course. Revisiting subjects when they're needed to be revisited. But, yeah. This is Tascott. I'll be pulling over in a moment to read St. Dionysius the Areopagite. And, oh good, it looks like the train does stop there. Good. In a moment, reading St. Dionysius the Areopagite. Picking up midway between chapter 4 that we were last week. And maybe we'll walk over the train line. I'm not sure there are places to sit just here, so, but I'll just have a look. Let's go this way. Let's go up here. We need this. We need a certainty. Because why? We don't follow tradition because it's just old. Because it happened before. That's why these pagans are doing a useless thing, going, you have to be able to evaluate with personal certainty what is essential. So it's a mix of these things. What has survived, yes, shows it has a certain value, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's true, good and beautiful and should be retained, that it's the way, truth and life. Not everything that's been retained is right. Just because it's traditional doesn't mean it's good or true or beautiful. We need to be able to comprehend these things. At the same time, remember, it's remembrance and providence. The remembrance and the liturgy and the life of the church is the living cosmological calendar. It's not an invented thing. It is the living cycle of Christ's life. Like I said, over time, you'll begin to align. You'll be attacked by the devil at times before, let's say, wow, here we are. This is a good idea to come up here, a bit of a view. You'll be attacked by the devil before the transfiguration. Came under spiritual attack last night. You'll be in a spiritual contraction, under attack, or a spiritual attack from the devil, temptations. And then you'll go, why is this happening now? This is weird. It just seems random. And then you go check the calendar, and it's right before a feast day or a particular important part of Christ's liturgical calendar. Because it's the living, true living spirit you start aligning with. These are cosmological significances. There is a macrocosmic cycle that is Christ's life that plays out in the spirit, and you, as you become more essential, align with that. Thank God. You're harmonizing with reality, true realities. You're not sick anymore. Atheism is sick, but even Christians who still perform as will-to-power atheists, as will-to-power materialists. They assert the proposition, they assert the belief in a mere way that a philosopher would assert communism, a mere way that this is true because ABC. I prove it with these different clauses. I substantiate them with argument. No, that's not Christianity. Christianity, and that's difficult, is empirical theology. It's experiencing Christ as a fact of being and being led by Him, guided by Him. The Gospels are an icon for that to be possible. They show the commandments, because obviously following the commandments leads to the possibility of this happening, but you have to do more. You have to dissolve the modern world, because most Christians are participating in science class, are participating in all these modern things that imprint Weltanschauung, a world picture that kills, that doesn't have the truth with it. It isn't true ultimately. It is true from one perspective when we acknowledge the power of science, but it projects itself into a cosmology that's fake, creates a fake cosmology from the facts it mines, which means a fake observation of the past and where we came from, what we are, especially when it applies itself to man. What's a symptom of that? The reproducibility crisis in psychology. Science attempts to apply its principles to man and then just implodes. What's the reproducibility crisis in soft science? They discovered all these psychological effects, and then 10 years later they tried to reproduce them, because your experiment needs to be falsifiable and reproducible. I need to, with my surface sense experience, need to be able to run the same experiment and get the same result. Generalizable. Induction from several examples of the same phenomena is how induction is. You induce from the observation of these principles a law. It happens several times. That's the essence of what quantity means. When René Guénon, the philosopher, says or talks about the reign of quantity. But what does that not include? Essential happenings that only happen once, the resurrection, but also miracles, right? Miracles aren't graspable just instantly. We can't just have them to immediate surface sense experience. It doesn't take into consideration what is generalizable amongst initiates, St. Paul's experience amongst saints. You can generalize it for them, but any person who hasn't purified themselves doesn't have access, so it can never be a science. But it is a more essential truth. It is. But there is something in us that gets that. It reads the gospel when it has the appropriate reverence, and it experiences, hang on, there's something true here. There's something true here. There's something in us that knows deeper. Even if it doesn't have immediate access to it, says what this saint is saying is truer than the idea superstructure presented by science. If it has some reverence and devotion, if it has some, respect, doesn't approach it with disrespect, and reads and Christ shows himself when given the proper respect. Now, we shouldn't be calling, prove yourself to me with a miracle. No. Love first. Love first. This would be a nice place to live, wouldn't it, friends? All right. Where are we? We're going to find a place to sit down and do our final reading today. We're about 4, I think, aren't we? Oh, I better read the chat. Hang on. John Stubble's talking about spiritual touch. No, I'm not being whimsical in terms of waves of the ocean. Spiritual movement, it's concrete. It feels like the same as your normal touch. So when I'm saying waves, behind the eyes, it feels like if you were submerged in the ocean and could feel with your skin touch, you know, when waves move past you, you can feel the force moving and pushing you. That's the same. It's very concrete. I'm not being whimsical about the Spirit here. It's felt very concretely, spiritual touch. Movement, immediacy of movement. It feels like you have another organ of touch, right? So just making that clear. If you're doing these practices, you'll eventually feel a pressure behind the eyes that you'll think, oh, maybe that's eye strain, but eventually collect more of it and that's not eye strain. Bring your attention there. You're doing concentration without effort in prayer. Include your attention there. Things unfold from there. Concentrate there also. That's where a very concrete movement of breath. When the Master breathes on the apostles, it's not symbolic. You feel it. It's cool, a very subtle coolness. A very subtle coolness. Okay, this is like a river. And movement, like as if air's being breathed past that same area. So keep that in mind. Another phenomena that you experience in this. The saints describe it in the Philokalia. At the end of an hour concentration without effort in prayer, you might experience a blue like the sky. It covers the whole of vision. Your eyes are closed, of course. It's a blue of sky. A blue of sky. Subtle, right? This can signify, if there's peace with it, that the intellect has been purified. And I can attest to that. I experienced it many times. Often at the end of an hour-long concentration without effort in the Jesus prayer, does that occur. I guess we can just pick this area here. We could go to the top. Nah, I don't really want to sit at the top of the station. But why not? I think we're just going to pick here, guys. Let's do it here. How much battery do we have? Oh, heaps. We'll make it. We'll do it here. Okay. We're reading from St. Dionysius, the Areopagite, from chapter 4. Yeah. Ugh. How does that look? It's all right. All right. Well, we'll go for about an hour, friends, or 45 minutes. How's that? Working? All working there? Let's make sure it's still working. Give me a moment. This doesn't seem to have worked yet. Let me go live. Okay, yeah, it's working. Great. It's not a very great background, but it's not a big deal, right? Right. Okay. Chapter 4. Let me get a drink. I can lean a bit this way so you can see my face a little. We're on the divine names. St. Dionysius, the Areopagite, 13.13 of chapter 4. This divine yearning brings ecstasy, so that the lover belongs not to the self, but to the beloved. Belongs to the beloved. This is shown in the providence lavished by the superior on the subordinate. It is shown in regard for one another, demonstrated by those of equal status. Okay, yeah, it is shown by love for one another, demonstrated by those of equal status. We're all God's children, right? And it is shown by the subordinates in their divine return towards what is higher, by the lovers of Christ. That makes sense. This is why the great Paul, swept along by his yearning for God and seized of its ecstatic power, had this inspired word to say, "It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me." I think that's also translated as lives and acts in me. And that's key. Lives and acts in me as a fact of experience. Grace breathing, remember, as well. Paul was truly a lover. And as he says, he was beside himself with God, possessing not his own life, but the life of the one, uppercase one, for whom he yearned, and exceptionally beloved. And in truth, it must be said too, that the very cause of the universe in the beautiful, good superabundance of his benign yearning for all is also carried outside of himself in the loving care he has for everything. Incredible. He is, as it were, beguiled by goodness, by love, by yearning, and is enticed away from his transcendent dwelling place and comes to abide within all things. And he does so by virtue of his supernatural and ecstatic capacity to remain, nevertheless, within himself. That is why those possessed of spiritual insight describe him as zealous, because his good yearning for all things is so great, and because he stirs in men a deep yearning, desire for zeal. In this way, he proves himself to be zealous because zeal is always felt for what is desired, and because he is zealous for the creatures for whom he provides. In short, both the yearning and the object of that yearning belong to the beautiful and the good. We've been talking about the beautiful and the good today, haven't we? They pre-exist in it. Because of it, they exist and come to be. Remember, that corresponds to the beautiful, corresponds to the life, the good to the way. So these are abstract categories for the life and way that the Master talks of. I am the way, the truth, and the life. You abstract that, because remember, he incarnates, and Plato's categories are abstractions of a divine human who incarnated. We get a better sense of their realities when we understand it's a way. It's a way. Anyway, they pre-exist in it. Because of it, they exist and come to be. 14. Why is it, however, that theologians sometimes refer to God as yearning and love, and sometimes as the yearned for and the beloved? On the one hand, he causes, produces, and generates what is being referred to. On the other hand, he is the thing itself. And we've been talking about that today too, how there is sphere of creation, right? On the other hand, he is the thing itself, the uncreated. He is stirred by it, and he stirs it. He is moved by it, and he moves it. So they call him the beloved and the yearned for, since he is beautiful and good. And again, they call him yearning and love, because he is the power moving and lifting all things up to himself. For in the end, what is he if not beauty and goodness? The one who is himself, who of himself rather, reveals himself, the good procession of his own transcendent unity. And look at that golden, beautiful light on the page. It's just glory to him, the sun behind the sun. But in the surface world, we don't see it. It's only through hesychism that this glory through the heart, through divine love. These are not psychological principles. These are divine things. Very concrete spiritual experience, not whimsical, symbolic of spiritual touch. No, concrete. In the heart, facts of experience. And we need to come to a clarity on that. So we don't want to be accused of being whimsical, because it's not whimsical. And so the Son, S-O-N behind the S-U-N, is only experienced through hesychism. You can retrograde it with theology, but that can only be an icon. To actually experience the glory of the Son behind the Son, he's the black sun, it's not the visible sun. Manifest that at the same time, the image looks the same to you. When I look out through my surface senses, it looks the same, unless there are imaginations involved and scent as the transparency or... but along with it and alongside it are sent divine things. Although sometimes that image can be affected. But anyway, basically, like doing hesychism, you still, when you're interacting with the world and surface senses, you still see the same surface sense. You still think. You're not abandoning. You're sacrificing to what's higher, and new faculties open. You could put it that way. That's a bit of a technical way of putting it, though. Anyway, let's go on. He is yearning on the move, simple, self-moved, self-acting, pre-existent in the good, flowing out from the good onto all that is and returning once again to the good. In this divine yearning shows especially its unbeginning and unending nature, traveling in an endless circle through the good, from the good, in the good, to the good. Let's say that another way. In this divine yearning shows especially its unbeginning and unending nature, traveling in an endless circle through the way, from the way, in the way, and to the way, unerringly turning ever on the same center, ever in the same direction, always proceeding, always remaining, always always being restored to itself. All this has been set out in a divinely inspired manner by an illustrious teacher in his Hymns of Yearning, from which it will be appropriate to remember as a certain sacred chapter amid what I have to say about yearning. 15. From the Hymns of Yearning by the most holy Areopagite. When we talk of yearning, whether this be in God or an angel, in the mind or in the spirit or in nature, we should think of a unifying and commingling power which moves the superior to provide for the subordinate, peer to be in communion with peer, and subordinate to return to the superior and the outstanding. 16. From the same writer and work, open quote, I have set out in due order the many yearnings springing from the one, and I have explained the nature of the knowledge and power appropriate to the yearnings within the world and beyond. These are surpassed according to the clear intention of the argument, but the orders and ranks of the intelligent and intelligible yearnings. By the order and ranks of the intelligent and intelligible yearnings. These are all surpassed according to the clear intention of the argument, by the orders and ranks of the intelligent and intelligible yearnings. Okay, let me just read that 16 again. From the same writer and work, he says, this Areopagite, I have set out in due order the many yearnings springing from the one, and I have explained the nature of the knowledge and power appropriate to the yearnings within the world and beyond. The impulses, the loves, these are surpassed according to the clear intention of the argument by the orders and ranks of the intelligent and intelligible yearnings. After them are found the most truly beautiful yearnings, which are self-intelligible and divine, which are quite rightly praised by us. Okay, friends, note this quote down. You see, I'm saying concrete, divine emotiveness and yearnings are divine. They have a different phenomenological quality, deeper quality, not low psychology. And that's what he's saying here. This is the angeloi. It's through the heart we feel the love, the yearning, the love, the different emotiveness, divine emotiveness, when we're feeling essentially. So it's very concrete. Listen to the language, how specific it is. After them are found the most truly beautiful yearnings. Remember, we're getting through these lower ones, which are self-intelligible and divine, and which quite rightly are praised by us. But now, once more, let me take all these yearnings and concentrate them into... Hopefully my face doesn't get burnt, but anyway. It should be all right. I've got a bit of a tan. After them, I've found the most truly beautiful yearnings, which are self-intelligible and divine. But now, once more, let me take all these yearnings and concentrate them into a single yearning, which is the father of all yearnings. First, let me divide into their general power as yearnings. The irrepressible cause of all yearning has command and primacy over them, and is the cause beyond them all, and indeed is the goal towards which everything everywhere strives upward, each as best he can. This may be not what I was just saying it was. Might not be. I'm always honest with you, friends. I might have been wrong in my about what this aligns to, but maybe not. 17, from the same writer and work, same Hieronymus. Come, let us gather all these once more together into a unity, and let us say that there is a simple self-moving power directing all things to mingle as one, that it starts in due order through all the stages back to the good, and thus turns from itself and through itself and upon itself towards itself in an everlasting circle. 18. Someone may make this observation, open quote, granted that the beautiful and the good is something yearned for, wished for, loved by all, as I have already said. Even that which is not wished for a place in it, maybe even that which does not wish for a place in it is, since even in the uniformed it evokes form. Sorry, that translation might be a bit off here. As I have already said, even that which is not wishes for a place. Sorry, that which is not, the inessential, even that wishes for a place in it, the beautiful and good, since even in the uniformed it evokes form. So even the low demons, even the inessential, even the antediluvian or illusory objects yearn for it, which is why non-being is said to be transcendentally in it. Granted that the beautiful and the good is all this, how is it that the multitude of demons has no wish for it, and indeed is inclined to the material and is lapsed from the angelic condition of longing for the good? Interesting that I didn't know he was going to talk about demons, but he is now. Actually, it becomes a cause of evil to itself and is responsible for that state in others, which we characterize as evil. How is it that the demons, whose origins lie wholly in the good, are themselves not shaped by this goodness? How is it that good offspring of the good, they have changed? What was it that made them evil? What in fact is evil? Where did it come from? And where is it to be found? How was it that goodness itself willed it to be there? And after this decision, how did it produce it? Furthermore, that's a bit better actually. Furthermore, if evil comes from a different cause, what other cause can be there? What other cause can there be for things except the good? If there is any providence at all, how can it be that there is evil, that it comes to be, that it is not done away with? And how could anything choose it in preference for the good? Close quote. 19. Someone amid difficulties might speak in this fashion, but now I will ask him to look at the truth of things. I will venture to say this much for a start. Evil does not come from the good. If it were to come from there, it would be evil. Fire cannot cool us, and likewise the good cannot produce what is not good. If everything comes from the good, and the good naturally gives being and maintains, just as evil naturally tries to corrupt and to destroy, then no being comes from evil. Nor will evil itself exist if it acts as evil upon itself. And unless it does this, then evil is not entirely evil, but has something of the good within it, which enables it to exist at all. And so we can see a bit in that how things are, we're provided the first wine and allowed our freedom, right? Yet we act evilly, we warp our likeness to God and make it an unlikeness. Anyway, now if it is the cause that things which have being also have a desire for the beautiful and the good, if all their actions are done for what seems to be good, and if all their intentions have the good as their source and goal, for nothing does what it does while looking at the nature of evil, what place is left for evil among the things that have being, and how can it exist at all if it is bereft of good purpose? Furthermore, if all the things that have being come from the good, and if the good itself transcends being, then that which is not in being is also in the good. Let's read that one more time. Furthermore, if all the things that have being come from the good, and if the good itself transcends being, then that which is not in being is also in the good. Evil is not a being, for if it were, it would not be totally evil. Nor is it a non-being, for nothing is completely a non-being unless it is said to be in the good, in the sense of beyond being. One more time. Evil is not a being. If it were, it would not be totally evil, nor is it a non-being. For nothing is completely a non-being unless it is said to be in the good, in the sense of beyond being. For the good is established far beyond and before simple being and non-being. Evil, by contrast, is not among the things that have being, nor is it among what is not in being. It has a greater non-existence and otherness from the good than non-being has. One more time. The good is established far beyond and before simple being and non-being. Evil, by contrast, is not among the things that have being, nor is it among what is not in being. It has a greater non-existence and otherness from the good than non-being has. It's like a third realm. So then, someone asks, where does evil come from? If evil does not have being, then virtue and vice must be exactly the same, both totally and in particular details. And whatever conflicts with virtue cannot be evil. Yet the opposite of moderation is excess, and the opposite of justice is injustice. Nor am I talking here of the just or unjust man, of the temperate or intemperate man, for long preceding the visual evidence for the virtuous man or his opposite is the distinction made within the soul between virtue and evil, and the inner conflict between passion and reason. Hence, one must concede that there is something contrary to goodness, and that this is evil. Goodness is not contrary to itself. It comes rather from a single source and is the product of a single cause, so that it rejoices in communion, unity, and concord. A lesser good is not the opposite of the greater good. What is less hot or cold is not opposite to what is more so. Therefore, evil is a being. It is in things that have being, and it is in the opposition to and contrary to the good. If it destroys things that have being, it does not thereby lose its own being. It retains being and transmits it to its offspring. For it is not often the case that the destruction of one thing is the birth of another. For is it often, not often the case that the destruction of one thing is the birth of another? Hence, evil contributes to the fulfillment of the world, and by its very existence, it saves it from imperfection. Hmm. 20. And you can see logic in action. I'm not saying whether the metaphysics is right or wrong. I'm saying you're seeing it in action very specifically. This kind of reasoning and deducing came with the Greeks. But this is applied to someone who's an initiate. He doesn't only have logic to determine these things. It's something that's helping with his empirical theology, which is Christ as a fact of experience. So, 20. The true answer to this will be that evil, as evil, never produces being or birth. All it can do by itself is in a limited fashion to debase and to destroy the substance of things. And if anyone should say that it is begetter of things, and that by the destruction of one thing, it gives birth to something else, the correct reply is that it is not as destructiveness that it brings this about. Inasmuch as it is destructiveness and evil, it destroys and debases. Birth and being occur because of the good. This is to say, evil in itself is a destructive force, but is a productive force through the activity of the good. Insofar as it is evil, it neither is nor confers being. Through the workings of the good, it is a good being, and confers being on good things. Of course, we cannot call the same being both good and bad at the same respect, and the destruction and the birth of the same thing are not the same power and faculty working at the same level to produce and to destroy. Evil, therefore, in itself has neither being, goodness, the capacity to beget, nor the ability to create things which have being and goodness. But the good, wherever it is present completely, succeeds in producing goodness that is perfect, untainted, and total. When things have a lesser share in it, then the goodness is incomplete and is mixed in with other ingredients in proportion to its deficiency of the good. Evil, then, is neither good nor productive of good, and everything is good to the extent that it draws near to good, or you could say God. Perfect goodness reaches out to all things and not simply to immediate good neighbours. It extends as far as the lowliest of things. In some beings it is present in full measure, to a lesser extent in others, and in the least measure in yet others. It is there in proportion to the capacity to receive it. Some share completely in the good, others participate in it more or less. Others have a slight portion only, and to others again the good is but a far-off echo. The good is present in proportion to capacity. This has to be so, for otherwise the most honoured, the most divine things would be on the order with the lowliest. It depends what we mean by capacity. It's not our capacity, right? We talked about that all day, passive, active. Anyway, how could all things share equally in the good, since not all are equally receptive to have a share? And that receptive, being made receptive to the good, is a passive, active affair. You participate in it, you don't bring it about on your own. The way, Christ, yet immeasurable greatness of his good power, close quote, is shown by the fact that it gives power even to the very things lacking it, insofar as they participate in it. And if we must speak the full truth, even the things that resist it owe their being and their capacity for resistance to its power. You can see this in the prodigal son story. So he spends it on horrible things, and he ends up eating like a slave pig food because he loves pig food. But the first wine is given freely. The first account to the prodigal son is given for him to spend and waste on evil matters. To put the matter briefly, all beings, to the extent that they exist, are good and come from the good, and they fall short of goodness and being in proportion to their remoteness from the good. In the case of other qualities, such as heat or cold, the things which have experienced warmth can lose warmth. But I would say, again, if you're just existing in the world, yes, these things are their origin, but we don't know them at all, right? You can say, oh, look at these people living their ethnic good. That's not divine. Its origin might be, but they're not, like, they're living a lesser form. A lukewarmness can have some goods. That doesn't mean you're experiencing divine way, are you? As a fact of experience, you have to overcome those psychological goods. Just want to make that point. Just because we can metaphysicize their origin doesn't mean we're experiencing that origin. Doesn't mean you can articulate it as this is, look, this is divine too. No. Far enough back its source is, but it doesn't mean you touch it through it. Anyway, just trying to make the point that metaphysics can make, like, it's only an icon. You have to do the hesychism again. So, indeed, there are things even which have no life and no mind. True, there is God who is on a level above being, and therefore transcendental. But with entities, generally, if a quality is lost for them, or was never there in fact, it is still the case that these entities possess being and subsistence. However, that which is totally bereft of the good never had, nor does not have, never shall have, never can have any kind of being at all. Take the example of someone who lives intemperately. He is deprived of the good in direct proportion to his irrational urges. To this extent, he is lacking in being, and his desire is for what has no real existence, or maybe no real essence. Because things can persist in the happening of the surface. Anyway, that's just my addition. Nevertheless, he has some share in the good, since there is in him a distorted echo of real love and real unity. Anger, too, has a share in the good to the extent it is an urge to remedy seeming evils by returning them towards what seems beautiful. Even the person who desires the lowest form of life still desires life, and a life that seems good to him. Thus, he participates in the good to the extent that he feels a desire for life and for what, to him at least, seems a worthwhile life. Abolish the good and you will abolish being, life, desire, movement, everything. So it is not the power of evil which causes birth to emerge out of destruction. It is the good which is responsible for this. The good in some measure, however small, the good in some measure, however small. Disease is a disorder, yet it does not obliterate everything, since if this were to happen, the disease itself could not exist. No, the disease remains. It exists. But it is, by way of being, a minimum presence and subsists at the lowest order. For that which totally lacks a share in the good has neither being nor a place in existence. Whereas that which has a composite nature owes to the good whatever place it has among beings, and its place among them and the extent of its being are directly proportionate to the share it has of this good. In other words, in all things in being will have more or less of being, according as they share more or less in the good. For in regard to being, that which possesses no being in any respect will not exist at all, and that which possesses being in some respect, though not in some other, does not exist to the extent that it has fallen away from eternal being. But insofar as it has a share of that being, then to that extent it has existence. Its whole being and non-being are protected and preserved. The same applies to evil. What has fallen away totally from the good can have no place among the things which are more or less good. Whatever is good in some respect and not in some other is in conflict with a particular good, but not with the totality of the good. It is protected by having within it some participation of the good, so that the good gives substance to what lacks itself precisely for that eventual full share of itself. Remove the good entirely, and there will be nothing, good or mixed with something else, or absolutely evil. Remove it entirely, and there will be nothing. For if evil is imperfect goodness, the complete absence of the good will do away with complete and incomplete goodness. Evil will only be and be seen by contrast with what it opposes, for it will be distinct from them, since they are good. The fact is that things of the same kind cannot wholly contradict each other in the same respects. Yeah, okay. And so it is that evil is not a being. Things of the same kind cannot wholly contradict each other in the same respects. It's funny, logic in a sense is also a kind of arrangement of certainties. Things make sense and they're arranged and are apparent to us, and they build up a proof or a pistis. The Greeks have these different words for proof and belief and faith. They're all of the same etymological or the language structure. They all relate to pistis or pith, right? We use belief, faith, proof. They all have a different letters, where they're all basically similar to pistis. And so these things all add up to give you a certainty, but the fact is that things of the same kind cannot wholly contradict each other in the same way, same respect. Things of the same kind cannot wholly contradict each other. Why? Because there's a certain feeling of a rightness of a statement if some statements have a certain evident to us. And you build up enough of those statements that are evident to us, they feel true. You can use them to back each other up because we have a sense of logic. But when I first read that, I thought, this has a sense of already in itself, this statement. But then again, why? Should we go deeper into why? It depends. How convincing are you trying to be? Right? Anyway, 21. Nor does evil inhere in beings. For if all beings derive from the good, and if the good is inherent in and embraces all beings, then evil has no place among the things that have being. Or else it is to be located in the good. But it can no more have a place in the good than cold may be found in fire. So you see, you can use as many if-then statements of things that make sense, and then we draw the conclusion based on those put together. But a lot of the time, these understandings come down to an analogy. But it can be, and then you go, oh yeah, that makes sense. But is it ultimately true? But it can no more, your certainty won't come about from just this. You have high certainties from meeting the truth himself as a fact of experience, right? This can only give you a certain level of certainty, logic, and analogy. And analogy is a big part of how we come to understand that we need more than that. And modernity, we don't exist with more than that. But we can have more than that. Anyway, but it can be no more have a place, but it can no more have a place. I might as well start 21 again. Nor does evil inhere in beings. For if all beings derive from the good, and if the good is inherent in and embraces all beings, then evil has no place among the things that have being, or else it is to be located in the good. But it can no more have a place in the good than cold may be found in fire. It depends what inhere means. Nor does evil inhere in beings. Well, the likeness can be warped. Our empirical self does become warped. I mean, essentially, we don't lose the image of God. Our essence doesn't change. But you see, then you get read an analogy and you go, oh, that sounds convincing. So anyway, but it can. This is how logic works. But it can no more have a place in the good than cold may be found in fire, if that analogy holds. But at least it gives us a sense of understanding. The capacity to turn evil cannot be found in that which actually transforms evil into good. The capacity, what is that? That's the potentiality, the competency, the skill to turn evil, the capacity, the being to turn evil cannot be found in that which actually transforms evil into good. So the capacity to turn evil isn't found, or the decision maybe to turn evil isn't found in that which actually transforms evil into good. Transforms evil into good. The capacity to turn evil cannot be found in that which actually transforms evil into good. But just suppose that evil could be found in the good. How would it come to be in there? By derivation from the good? But that is absurd and impossible, for Scripture truly states that a good tree cannot bear evil fruit, and vice versa. And so you can see an epistemic principle in action here. Right? Revelation, looking to what's been substantiated. But it's not Herod and his people, is it? We're not consulting science or the wisdom of the world. We're looking to something that transcends that and basing, as Paul does, right? It's not Aristotle. It's not taking normal sensory experience and defining and making that customary being as it stands out to us, more defined and disclosing more things about it, generalizable to everyone. No, it's looking to what's only generalizable to initiates and saints, and revelation and Scripture and from prophets, and then from there are we justified. From faith and from Scripture do we substantiate things. And originally from Christ living and acting in you, which is empirical theology. Anyway. That is, evil must come from the good, or the good from evil. Or else, if this is impossible, both good and evil must derive from a different source and cause. No duality can be an originating source. The source of every duality is a monad. I mean, this is difficult metaphysics. I don't know how much you're getting from it. It is hopefully something. Hopefully it's a good stimulus for, I mean, we've already said a few things, but hopefully you're getting something from it. But if I keep interrupting, that might be an issue because it's probably hard to follow. Let me just start that again. But just suppose that evil could be found in the good. How would it come to be there? By derivation from the good? By deriving from the good? But that is absurd and impossible, for Scripture truly states a good tree cannot bear evil fruit, and vice versa. If, on the other hand, its source is not the good, then it must have some other source and cause. Then, that is, evil must come from the good, or the good from evil, Or else, if this is impossible, both good and evil must derive from a different source and cause, and no duality can be an originating source. The source of every duality is a monad, a one. But it is also absurd to suppose that two opposites can owe their origin and their being to the same thing, since this would mean that the source itself was not simple and unique, but was actually divided double internally in a state of contradiction and discordant. Furthermore, it is impossible that there are two mutually opposing sources of beings existing in each other and in everything, and always in conflict. If this were to be assumed, then God himself cannot be free of pain and beyond suffering, since there would be something grating him, and consequently everything else would be an eternal condition of strife and disorder. But in fact, the sacred theologians sing a hymn of praise to the good for giving friendship and peace to all beings, which is why all good things show friendship, inherent harmony, and their descent from the one life. This is why they turn to the one good. This is why they are similar, benevolent, kindly to each other. So then evil is not in God. So then evil is not in God, is not divine, does not come from God. For either God is not good, or else he fashions and creates what is good. Or he fashions and creates what is good. And he does not act in this fashion at one time, but not at another, or in the case of some things and not in everything. If this were the way he acted, then he would be subject to change and variation, and this in respect to what is most truly divine in him, namely his work as cause. And if the good in him is an aspect of his substance, then God must travel between being and non-being whenever he turns away from the good. Of course, if all he has is simply a share in the good, and if he derives it from another, then he will possess it sometimes and sometimes not. So therefore, evil does not come from God. It is not in God, either absolutely or at some stage in time. 22. How many pages have we got to go here in this? Wow, okay. 8 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see what the time is. Might finish this chapter, depending on what the time is. Where did I put that phone? What the devil? Let's see the time. 4:42. Oh, okay. Let's see how we're doing there and see if we read some of the chats. So much richness in the reading today, Scott. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, brother. You too, my friend John. Great to have you here, as always. Looks like a fine evening, Scott. God bless, Aniran. God bless you, my friend Aniran. Always great to see you. Great member of the fellowship there, Aniran. He's a perfect example of how all the things we talk about can be experienced. He is now discerning divine will and progressing towards being guided by Christ himself. He is being guided by Christ himself. But applying the epistemic principle, right? So, being careful. All right. So we'll go for another little bit, and then I don't think there'll be anyone in the Discord. Let me have a look. Turn that on. All right. Don't see anyone in there, so I don't think we would have been able to do it anyway. 22. Evil is not to be found in the angels either. For if the good angel brings tidings of the divine goodness, he is himself participating in and only at one remove from the primary caused goodness which he is announcing. The angel is an image of God. He is a manifestation of the hidden light. He is a mirror, pure, bright, untarnished, unspotted, received receiving, if one may say so, the full loveliness of the divine goodness and purely enlightening within itself, as far as possible, the goodness of the silence in the inner sanctuaries. Incredible. The goodness of the silence in the inner sanctuaries, the tabernacle. So then, there is no evil in angels. They are evil only because of the punishment they deal out to the sinners. Of course, where this is concerned, anyone who chastises the errant is evil. This is true also of the priest who drive the profane man away from the sacred mysteries. Still, it is not the act of being punished which is evil, but the fact of having deserved it. It is not the just exclusion from the sacred things which is evil, but the condition of being unclean and unworthy and unfit to be holy. 23, last one. Not even the devils are evil by nature, since if they were, then they would not owe their origin to God. Maybe then by nature, by essence, you could say. Nor would they have a place among the things that are. They certainly would not have fallen from goodness if they had always been essentially evil. Then there is this problem. Are they totally evil with respect to themselves or with respect to others? If the former, they are self-destructive. If the latter, in what way do they bring about destruction? And what is it that they destroy? Do they obliterate being, power, activity? If it is being that they allegedly destroy, then first they cannot really obliterate something in defiance of what it happens to be by nature. They can do away not with what is naturally indestructible, but what is actually capable of being destroyed. Secondly, and this seems to align with the image and likeness, that what they destroy in us is the likeness. They can singe, but they can't ultimately burn the image of God in us. Secondly, the fact of being destroyed is not evil in every case and in all circumstances. However, no one of these things which have been can be destroyed in the domain of its being and nature, meaning in the domain of its essence and ground, the image. It's kind of what I just said. The destruction is actually some failure of its order in nature. It is a weakening of the expression of harmony and symmetry. Yet it is not a total weakness, for if it were total, then it would necessarily have obliterated both the actual process of destruction and the being which endures that destruction. And this in turn would be the equivalent of self-destruction. So what is here is not evil itself, but rather a falling short of goodness. That which has no share at all of the goodwill, that which has no share at all of the good, will not be found among the things which have being. This same principle applies regarding the destruction of the capacity or of the activity. And furthermore, devils cannot be evil since they owe their origin to God. The good is the creator and the preserver of good things. If they are called evil, it is not in respect to their being, since they owe their origin to God, the good, and were the recipients of a good being, but rather because being is lacking to them by virtue of their inability, as Scripture puts it, to hold on to their original source. For I ask you, in what way are the demons evil, except in the fact that they have put an end to the habit and the activity of divine good things? If this is not so, then the devils are naturally evil, and they must ever remain evil. But evil is impermanent, and if the devils are always in the same condition, they cannot be evil. Permanence is a property of the good, and if the devils are not permanently evil, then they are not evil by nature, by essence. Their evil consists in the lack of angelic virtues. Therefore, they do not totally lack a share of the good, for they certainly exist and live and exercise their intelligence and have within them some stirrings of desire. If they are declared to be evil, the reason lies in their weakness regarding their natural activity, their essential activity. Their deviation is the evil in them. Their move away from what befits them. It is a privation in them, an imperfection, a powerlessness. It is a weakness, a lapse, an abandonment of the capacity they have to be perfect. Or again, what is this evil in them? It is an unreasoning anger, a mindless desire, headlong fancy, yet qualities of this sort, even if they are to be found among demons, are not totally, completely, and innately evil. For in other living beings, it is not the possession of such qualities, but rather the loss of them, which brings ruin to a creature and is therefore evil. Possession of them can actually ensure life, can form the nature of the living being which has them. So therefore, the tribe of demons is evil, not because of what it is in its nature, but on account of what it is not. And that complete goodness bestowed on them has not been altered. No. What has happened is that they have fallen away from the complete goodness granted to them, and I would claim that the angelic gifts bestowed on them have never been changed inherently, that in fact they are brilliantly complete, even in the demons themselves, through a failure of their powers to perceive the good, are not able to look upon them. Whatever is from the good, is good, and desires the beautiful in the good, by desiring to exist, to live, and to think. They are called evil because of the deprivation, the abandonment, the rejection of the virtues which are appropriate to them. And they are evil to the extent that they are not. And insofar as they wish for evil, they wish for what is not really there. They have no ultimate essence, in another sense which we've said before. That being said, that's essentially, they're very real. They realize, but they're ultimately untrue. They ultimately have no essence. So they operate evilly here and do evil, but evil ultimately has no essence, but it's still, in facticity, might as well have an essence. Like we're talking essentially here. Anyway, 24. That's it. That's where we're going to finish it today. We'll pick it up at 24 next time, and then we're almost at the end of the chapter. It's a really long chapter of this book, but we'll get through it. I mean, look, even I am not comprehending every aspect of that as I read it. But these aren't just to be comprehended once. But I was guided to read this book, so I still hadn't read it. But anyway, let's go. Let's go for a walk back up to the station, and I'm off to a relative's birthday after that. But otherwise, we're finished for the day anyway, so lovely. Let's go. What a day it's been. As you've joined me in this rather simple place. We don't have to come to the grandest of beaches and cliffs. It was nice to start in the forest, make our way to this coastal lake, talking about a truth criterion to help us be careful while we're courageous. Careful, not whimsical. Clear, yet the depths of divine feeling, thought, and will. Concrete spiritual experience, not whimsical. True. A higher truth than the science of the surface senses presents. A higher certainty is what it leads to, ultimately. Is what it leads to. If you want that certainty, this is the road to it. Following that epistemic principle. Not just embracing tradition for its own sake, because not everything that is retained as a habit from the past is good, true, and beautiful, is way, truth, and life. So you must apply this, because we desire personal certainty. We want a direct relationship with Christ, to know Him as a fact of experience, and to know it's Him. We have to apply something. Some of these principles, well, you see them unfold in what the saints talk about in the Philokalia. That principle one of the principles is from Christ Himself. Well, it is actually from Christ Himself, all of it anyway, but one of the principles is from Christ Himself. And so you can look at the lecture I have on that, and you can see the lecture slides, or if you want the written principles, are in the Discord. But you can also read them on the lecture, a Spiritual Truth Criterion lecture, and also in the upcoming book, which will be done at the start of next year. Here we are, as we come to the end, as the sun sets in the hills. The sun in the sun. Thanks for joining me today. Dear friends, I will see you next week. What do we have? Do we want to finish on the sun, or do we want to finish on the water? I think we'll finish on the sun. I'll just check the chats and then we'll bring it to an end. Evil is absence of angelic virtue, so deep perhaps. Perhaps God originally designed silence to be our focus. As humans started to add noise, which are defined as evil, covering the goodness of silence. Yeah, I think there's some truth in that. The sound of silence, yes, John. Oh, they're making pizza over there. It smells good. All right, friends. I'll give you the sunset and say goodbye. See you next week. God bless you. Start the practices. Experience these things, not as a mere knowing, not just hearing propositions from me, but experience personal certainty yourself. Find out for yourself. That's what this epistemic principle is all about. You have to. I mean, ultimately we're called to. You've got to. Don't take my word for it. Find out for yourself. I hope you enjoyed today. God bless you. I'll see you next time.